All right, welcome on in to another episode of, DCU Daily. I'm also curious. It's a fantastic start to another great week, I hope. We had a terrific weekend. I was here with you guys yesterday night, pretty much same time, same day, same place, same studio. And yeah, we had quite a lot of fun talking about all kinds of spoilers for Superman, doing a whole spoiler review. And Liz was on with us, but once Liz left, we continued the conversation about the box office for Superman, which is exactly what we will do today because we have official numbers now, the actuals as they call them in Hollywood, which basically tell us that Superman had, as you see in the thumbnail and the title of the show, the third biggest opening of the year so far, which also is pretty high up there for Superman movies in general. So we'll talk about that and so much more. Of course, we have Harry Potter, the first official look at who's going to be playing our new Harry Potter in the TV show they're developing. And beyond that, of course, we have some Spider-Man Brand New Day news, some Fantastic Four news. We have to get into some Clayface details. How is the show and the featured Clayface? Which Clayface are we going to see in the DCU? James Gunn had something to say about it on the many interviews, press junkets, and red carpets he was doing for Superman. So we'll talk about that and a whole hell of a lot more. To do that, I'm going to hit that news intro and, we'll get the show started.
It doesn't seem to matter what I do. I'm always the number two.
All right, Mr. I need to paint my abs on to get nominated. You don't see Robert Downey doing that.
You're kidding.
You're
kidding. I can't open the envelope without the...
Warner Brothers is heading back into the Matrix with a new movie in the works.
Wonder what other surprises are in store.
I want to be Bruce Wayne.
I like that. And you're gonna love me.
There's the shot right there. That.
Okay, we don't need to see chords.
Right there.
You look ridiculous.
Well, not no more, he don't.
What, dude? I can barely understand you. Your accent's insane.
What the needs now?
Give me a hand up. Nope, I'm actually okay. Thank you very much. Oh, wow. Wow.
All right, we're going to start things off as we usually do, have been doing for weeks and weeks now, with a lot of news about Superman. Of course, just because the movie's out doesn't mean there's no more news to talk about. There is still a lot to get into. So today we will be doing that. And I do have John on today, but he'll be joining us in a minute. But before we get to John, of course, I do have to talk to you guys. We already have a few folks, in the chat. We had Enterprising, very first person in the chat saying hit the like button. So yeah, absolutely, guys, hit the like button. We have a lot of new folks in the community from over the weekend. We pretty much doubled the size of the folks that follow the channel, which is huge, but if you're still here and you're watching for the first time, we're doing this Monday through Friday, 5 days a week. Sometimes we even get on a Sunday show like yesterday when we had to talk about a movie like Superman. So I think we might even do something like that, a spoiler chat for Fantastic Four when that comes out, depending on how good it is. But we'll have to wait and find out, right? It's going to be a couple of weeks away, less than 2 weeks now. And San Diego Comic-Con is coming up in literally days' time. So we'll have a lot of fun with that. But, we're here to talk about DC. So hit the like button if you're a big fan of Superman and all things DCU. Enterprising also was saying that, we got some good news. Of course, yes, we will get into that in a lot of detail. We'll compare it to other movies, like Man of Steel, other Superman movies from the past. How does it compare to the Batman? What about the other big, opening weekends of the year so far? Because Superman did a little better than expected over the weekend. Yesterday, we were talking like 217 million, 215 million was the initial estimate. Then it went to like 217. They upped that number to 220 today. So yeah, it's a solid opening. And, the score did jump up a little bit as well. So we'll get into all of those things in a bit because we have a packed show for you guys, like I said. But Jalen is also in the chat saying he was 3 minutes late. Start the show. Well, Jalen, we got you beat. We came in like 10 minutes late, but it's okay though. We had some technical glitches. We were trying to make sure we got you comments in because we want to get into your comments again today. So we will be doing that later in the show as well. And we're saving a bunch because now there's so many of you guys, in the comments, which is something that we absolutely love. I think we're going to need to do a whole standalone show of just your comments. But speaking of comments, John, you were the ones who brought a lot of these comments in
Yes.
for later in tonight's show. How was your weekend? I know that you and your crew outside of the channel here on the Cool Kids movie review channel, you did a review for Superman with all the spoiler chat on Saturday. And so I wonder how that went. Did you get a chance to see the movie a third time, maybe? And what are you most looking forward to on today's show?
No, I didn't get to see it a third time. I was a little busy, but this weekend, but that's okay. But yeah, I might go see it a third time. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I'm ready to talk about anything Superman, obviously, but like also I'm excited to talk about other stuff that will be for the future of the DCU because I think that's the most exciting thing. We have the movie, we saw the movie, we're good with the movie, but now let's get into future stuff, and we got quite a few future things today. And with that, you guys got to watch out because it's going to be the spoiler danger zone. So, warning.
I love how low key you are with that, dude. That is.
We're going to be talking spoiler. A lot of spoilers today. So, if you still haven't seen the movie, now pretty much from here on out, we're going to be talking spoilers on Superman, whether that is, for like not necessarily review stuff, but obviously new stuff. We're going to be breaking that down. So, like, just be careful. I think for maybe like this first week, we'll be like, hey, we're talking spoilers. I know not everyone can see the movie on the first weekend. You got shit to do, have plans, all that stuff. So we're trying to be nice. We're letting you know spoilers for the rest of for pretty much until this is no longer relevant. But I just want to be nice. I want to be nice to the people because, they don't have time like we do.
Sorry, I'm muted this whole time. I was going to say, yeah, exactly. Speaking of the people, Frankie G, hello, people. And then hello, Steven, to you. Thank you for saying hi. And honka, indeed, Caleb, you did not miss the DCU Daily intro. That is coming up a bit later, but you probably missed the news intro, which is okay. Steven, you and I were here talking just yesterday. Steven actually invited me out for dinner when I go out to California with Fiona. That'd be great. I'm like, okay, that'd be a fun night out, hopefully. Well, I don't not saying that. Not saying that I have any plans to be out that way anytime soon, but whenever the chance comes. We also have Jose in the chat. And then Caleb is saying no more Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, there you go. John kind of setting the rules up front and heavy. So yeah, if you guys are watching, then absolutely hit the like button. We do appreciate that. We have, like I said, we have almost doubled the community over the weekend. So many new people stopping in because of all the content, all the coverage, reviews, and spoiler, non-spoiler reviews, just talking about Superman nonstop, as well as everything else. And we are going to continue on doing that. Steven saying, Dan and John, I got some news. Jeff Snyder said today he actually likes Superman and he thinks it's a better movie than Mission Impossible and Jurassic World Rebirth. Okay.
Oh, the latter is not much of a high bar, but
right. We saw 5 minutes of Mission Impossible, well, Jurassic World last Tuesday by accident because they played the wrong movie when we went to see Superman, and even then, like Fiona and I were like, "Oh my god!" So it's just a Snickers wrapper. Spoiler alert! It's just one Snickers wrapper that completely, takes out the whole facility that probably has billions of dollars invested in it for dinosaur research and. I was like, really? And and to the point where I was asked the question,
like, oh, that's not how
paid for this. I'm like, yes, Snickers paid for that product placement. They were like, yes, we will pay you to put our wrapper in and be the cause of all the mayhem in this movie.
I will say this: doors normally don't act like that because they don't really care what's in its way. But remember, you're not you when you're hungry.
Speaking of you're not you when you were hungry.
Not my joke, but I had to say because it's an amazing joke.
But I wanted to congratulate Hosea because Hosea, you did mention to us before the movie came out that you might not be able to see it opening weekend because you were about to have a baby, and you just did. So congratulations to you, Hosea, and your wife and your whole family. I believe this is not your first, right? Like I don't know how many kids you have now, but it's I'm sure it's a wonderful feeling. I'm sure you're exhausted, but. Yeah, I really appreciate that. You're still able to stop by again. If you'd like, definitely stop back in a bit later when we're getting out of the spoilery chat. It's just I have a feeling there's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about today, Superman related. We can't talk without spoilers. So, but yeah, thank you so much for sharing that wonderful news. We'd love to hear all about it later. Yeah, the Jurassic World is a low bar, and Jalen congratulating Hosea as well. And hopefully, fatherhood does you well. And like I said, Hosea, it's not your first, right? Yeah, it's his fourth. Look at that. Hosea's got quite the family there. That is amazing. My good friend Christian is here, actually. Hello, Christian, in the chat. And actually, Christian and I did a podcast for the channel, like this channel, like a while ago. I don't know where it must be on the channel somewhere. But Smacky's here saying saw Superman for the second time last night, the first IMAX experience. It was overrated. I don't get the IMAX hype. You have to see a movie like I think F1 hits better in IMAX. I saw that in IMAX. I'm like, still, like, give it to me again. And it's like now there's fewer of those IMAX screenings because Superman has those slots, and then Fantastic Four. So,
And
but
Jurassic World before this, F1 had
exactly,
it for
it's
like
gonna be
2
tight.
seconds, and then
Yeah. But Christian is here. It's pretty good start to the new DC movie universe. Interested to see more. Thank you again for stopping by. I hope you've been doing well. And let's see, 4 kids for Hosea. Man, that's one hell of a family, man. That's awesome. And you are an Iron Man. Your wife is even more an Iron Woman for putting herself through that 4 times. That's great. But yeah, you've got your own Incredibles going on there, Hosea, and we really love that you're willing to share that with us and have us be a part of that with you. So without further ado, let's dive into some Superman news, shall we, John? Oh, where'd that go? Did you not share that? There we go.
There it is.
There we go. It's on stage. Superman is number 1 in the world. I'm sure you guys know. It is the highest grossing movie of the weekend. Although there are some caveats we'll get into later, not in the sense that it's not the highest grossing movie. It is the highest grossing movie of the weekend. But did it do as well as everybody expected it to? I think it definitely went way ahead of most people in expectations. I know some of us had some really unrealistic expectations. I don't think 180, 200 million was really too feasible, considering some of the baggage that the DC brand has been carrying for a little while. So, but like Christian was saying earlier, it's a great start to the new DC universe. And that's really ultimately what was the job of James Gunn and his team, Peter Safran and everybody else. So I'm glad that this is off to a great start. And it is the number 1 movie in the world. It looks like next weekend is probably going to continue to do that because, John, let's be honest, between Eddington, I Know What You Did Last Summer, the requel, and Smurfs, which is basically a pet project for Rihanna, we'll talk about that later. None of those movies I think will get anywhere close to eating Superman's lunch. And even though Jurassic World held steady this past weekend, I don't think it's going to catch up to Superman in any respect. So there's no way that it's not going to be number 1 next weekend. The punk rocker of the moment that is Superman will continue to reign supreme over the box office. John, your thoughts on, again, how well Superman did this weekend? Were you surprised by the numbers, or was this right in line with what you were expecting?
I will say the international box office I was surprised with. I didn't think it would get Jurassic World levels, but I thought it was going to get more than that. I thought it was going to at least go 400 million.
Completely fair. And you know what? We will talk about that in more detail because I think there's reasons why potentially.
I was like general, but like I'm happy that
yes,
on its own it got it beat Man of Steel. I'm not saying we go fuck Man of Steel, but like it's just nice to see that like this is going good for like the DC brand, I guess.
Yeah. Although I will say though, there, like yesterday's show, like the spoiler chat that we did on the channel, I did compare it to Man of Steel's opening weekend. The way they report box office numbers is not quite the same as it was back in 2013. And partly because preview days are completely different. Back in 2013, they were still starting previews late in the afternoon, and it was really just a half a day of showings, versus now Thursday's pretty much like a pseudo opening day for most movies. So it's apples to oranges. Obviously, the climate and economic climate, as well as just people's movie going habits, are very different. But again, we'll dive into that more later in the show.
Man of Steel didn't have the baggage that Superman has, because Superman has the entire DCEU dumpster fire behind it. While with Man of Steel, you only really had the kind of disappointment of Superman Returns But the fact that this swung so heavy in the other direction, that it's like, okay, this is so different. And in terms of DC as a brand, you had, the Nolan movies at this point. You had like Dark Knight Rises just came out. The MCU was still kind of in its infancy, so you had all that, and it and the thing is the fact that the guy who fucking wrote Batman Begins and directed the damn thing was behind this new iteration. It's like, okay, so it didn't have as much marketing as this did. It at least,
Right.
it still had like more goodwill behind it than this one did. And the fact that it was able to beat, not adjusted for inflation, I'm aware, Man of Steel, post COVID is still kind of like, okay, it's in good hands. But I think they're more so
Yeah.
focusing on the critical side than the money side, because I mean, look at the Suicide Squad. They got that was like the first well reviewed, like movie in like years for the
Like, I think it was 3 or
DCU
4 years
brand,
apart because of, I think Wonder Woman was the last positively reviewed movie.
or Aquaman.
Was it well, yeah, Aquaman came out in 2018. Yeah, you're right. Aquaman came in
So
2018. Wonder
and
Woman was
maybe
2017.
Shazam, but like that was still like
Well,
that
the
was like
first one was modestly successful. The second one lost money. The first one
no, but I
made
mean,
money.
like, because
Yeah.
the Suicide Squad came out in 2021, so like the
Yeah.
last like really like high, like critically
Right.
successful movie was like was years ago, and that's what they're looking at. But because the thing is, it was a box office failure because they were still feeling the effects of COVID, so they looked at that because clearly they got the guy who directed that to head this new universe, so obviously they're paying attention to that, So
Well, yeah, I mean, I did tell the story over the weekend how there was a report going around that Warner Brothers actually approached Kevin Feige for the job
yes,
before they gave it to James Gunn, which again, if there's anybody who would have gotten a job before James Gunn, Kevin Feige makes a lot of sense. In fact, in the moment, I would have probably picked 5 other names outside of even Kevin Feige, because James Gunn, I think, was still a bit of a dark horse pick. Because yes, he had done 2 Guardians movies at that point, and one of the reasons why DC was even able to bring him in or even be in the conversations for the Suicide Squad was because he got fired from Disney. Which then, after he picked up the Suicide Squad, when they actually offered him Superman, Disney was like, "We got to bring you back for Guardians 3." And then, Kevin Feige found out that it was too late to keep James in house for too much longer because, yeah, Warner Brothers wanted him for the big job. So there we go. And yeah, we will get into again more of those comparisons and the box office stuff later on. And yeah, inflation and non-inflation, we will talk about all of that. So let's keep going here though, because yeah, superhero fatigue I think superhero fatigue is real in the sense that people are more picky with what they go see. The bar is a lot higher because we have seen so many superhero movies. We're not just impressed by, the bare minimum anymore. And we
yeah.
have seen like people are,
Oh no,
I think the
and Marvel's
volume.
like, oh shit, we can't just chill out the bare minimum anymore.
Yeah, enterprising. Maybe that's what's the reason. The Earth is spinning faster. The magnetic pole is shifting, which, by the way, has been happening, for a long time and will continue to on geologic scales. But maybe that has something to do with Superman not doing as well. Yeah. So and again, good points with the whole superhero fatigue thing. But right now, I wanted to quickly kind of dive back into the movie itself. Right, like we'll talk about the box office as the show continues, but John, the Justice League, not the Justice League, the Justice Gang, as we talked about over the weekend in the spoiler chat, and even on Friday, the show that you were a part of. I don't know if we really got into the Metamorpho talk. Like, what did you think about Metamorpho's like arc in this movie, especially with regard to you meet him in that intergalactic prison, not intergalactic, but like that's pocket dimension prison. And then eventually we get to a point where not only does he, overcome his hesitance to help Superman, but then we find out that he is powerful enough that he can actually create a whole mini sun, which helps Superman escape. And then later on, he ends up being a part of the Justice Gang. I mean, John, were you excited to see that they actually, went from just having the 3 members with the uniforms to like potentially also adding a 4th member, while also Superman, of course, is sort of a part-time member of the Justice Gang as well? What were your thoughts on just overall the character arc for Metamorpho, because people were interested to see like how baby Joey's gonna figure into all of it, and then Metamorpho really takes many different forms. At one point, again, spoiler warning, he looks less like a man and more like an octopus of some kind. In fact, the first time
Squiggly
Lex Luthor
man.
introduces him, he doesn't even call him Metamorpho. He calls him Element Man or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if you caught that,
But he
you've seen the
does
movie
say
twice.
metamorphize or whatever
Right.
into any elements. I was like, I see what you did there. So I can see like him being like, oh, he's Element Man, but it's like, oh, Lex Luthor used that. I don't want to use that name. And then they're like, hey, I'm Metamorphize. And then Greg Gardner's like, Metamorpho. He's like, I don't know if that Metamorpho. He's like, okay. Like I could see that. So that could be kind of funny. But yeah, I liked Metamorpho a lot in this movie. I thought he did like a lot of like really good things. It's like, again, like the humanity of it all, getting inspired by Superman and all that. Like it really worked, and he finds himself as a hero, even though it was a smaller arc and we don't get enough of it. I still think it was enough showcase here that the idea of like the flat arc of like Superman inspiring everyone around him rather than him totally. I mean, he does kind of grow still, but the people around him more so grow, and I liked that, and I liked how they did it here.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point, because it's you do get to see. I think when we first see him in the movie, very timid, and then he all of a sudden goes from being this person who's very reticent to even help Superman to obviously be like, okay, I need to do this to save my kid, and then eventually he helps stop the invasion of Jaharnpur at the end. I mean,
Yeah.
what did you think about like the Justice Gang in action there? Because we saw some of that footage in the trailer, but I didn't know, because the movie was getting late, and I'm like, I haven't seen Nathan Fillion flip the bird yet. I'm like, where is all this stuff gonna happen? Like, did you see that coming? Like, how did you did you enjoy that, or what were your thoughts on that part, especially the third act, really, like the last
I do love the idea of like
sequences. Yeah,
kind of the subversion of expectations a little bit, because Superman is like, okay, who do I go? Do I go to Jaharnpur, or do I go save Metropolis? Because the thing is, that's the bigger egg, because it's like, it's terrific. It's like, hey, if you don't get here right now, there's not gonna fucking be a planet Earth. So I kind of liked that, but I also liked the kid of like the little kids like chanting Superman, and then you have fucking Guy Gardner, all people fucking show up, which I will say is pretty funny. I wish like the kid chanting Superman finally got to see Superman, but it's like it shows that like kind of the idea of like anybody can be a hero, even if someone as douchey as Guy Gardner. So it works. I think it works.
yeah, yeah. Lex did call him. Was it? No, it wasn't Elephant Man. It was Element Man. But yeah,
It was Element Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the Element Man.
Yeah, what do you think about Christian's question here? That the idea that Superman really was not even like running at full power pretty much throughout the movie, like because he was affected by kryptonite, getting beat up by his own clone. Again, spoiler, but like your thoughts on again Superman? Just,
Yeah, I really like that.
I feel like that's a complaint in some ways. I've seen that people complain about.
I know
that.
it's like a whole nother dimension of like, oh, he's a pussy. He managed to do this, by the way, this at 80% power. So it's like, fuck off. It's like, because it adds to the whole idea of like, oh, he's a pussy. It's like the only one that was able to beat Superman was Ultraman. Literally every single fight he fought and he was beaten was by Ultraman, because Hammer Bravia was Ultraman. And all like the engineer didn't get to beat him up. The Raptors sure as fuck didn't. So the only ones that were able to beat Superman was the Hammer Bravia, which was Ultraman and Ultraman. So it's like, it's all Ultraman. It all goes back to Ultraman, because it's like the only one to beat him is himself. So, and at the start of the movie, it's like this is the first battle that Superman loses. It's like, oh, he's a pussy. It's like, well, he literally beat everybody else for the past fucking 3 years that he was Superman. So it's like, that means nothing, I guess. Like, but people only see the stuff before them, and it's like, oh, he's weak, he's weak, he's weak. When it's like he managed to do so much despite being weakened, like kryptonite and, you know, having his own clone beat the shit out of him. But then at the same time, it's like, it's also like in a metaphorical subtext of like, no matter how many times you get beat down, you get back up again. Why do we fall, sir? So we can pick ourselves back up. You know, that ideal and that, you know, that whole thing of like, that's the point of Superman is he gets beat. He's a shining light of optimism, but it's like, no matter how many times he gets back up. And he also, like, kind of like a side thing, because I know people are going to mention this. I've seen a couple of them, oh, it's stupid that he has the no kill rule, but he actually made a fair point of this. I think it was in Forever Evil, which reintroduced the crime syndicate. Speaking of Ultraman, that's why I thought of it. It's like, because Ultraman in that comic was like, I've killed more powerful beings than you. I have committed atrocities that you can only dream of. All this other shit. He's like, you know, that's really interesting. And he's like, while he's doing this, he's beating him down. Like, he's just like fucking wrecking his shit. And he's like, you kill people. Okay, first of all, that's wrong, so you're a piece of shit. But it's like, you don't learn from that experience. You just kill. Meanwhile, every time I've been beat down, I learn from that, and it becomes a strength. I learn and become better and have more experience by not killing, by learning and learning and learning. And because of that, I am more powerful than you. And then, of course, he just fucking wrecks his shit, like beats the hell out of him. Because it's like, that's like the whole thing of like, oh, why don't they kill? Well, it's a learning experience. So it's like, I'm not just wrecking everybody. The Punisher doesn't learn. That's like kind of why he's, I wouldn't say he's a bad character, but it's like, that's why it's like, oh, he just kills people. Okay, that can be kind of, that's from like a moral, like lawful intrigue kind of thing. But it's like, in terms of like a character, Superman is interesting because he doesn't kill, because it's not like a moral right. It's just like he just gets more experience and sees all the times he gets beaten, and he's like, how can I learn from that? And he becomes better, not just from like, you know, like a fighting point of view, just from a morality point of view as well.
I mean, I was gonna say, even in this sequence, like when he's doing like this whole 360, I don't know what you want to call it, like laser vision wipeout, what it's like a move straight out of an anime. Like, even in this sequence, did you notice, John, that when the raptors fall to the ground, they don't look like they're dead? It's just he only did enough to slice through their uniforms, so they're like, I don't know, they're like metal like suits, so that they're basically disabled, they're maybe passed out but not quite dead. Because even then, he's like trying not to kill them. I mean, again, it goes to show you the kindness of the character, which I do appreciate.
And how much he holds back.
Exactly. It's that whole thing of like, you know, it's what was the, did you already mention this? Like in the comics, there's this passage where it's like, I go around like, you know, trying to live my life like, so that I'm not hurting anybody, because, you know, Superman's so much more powerful than everyone else. You know, even without trying, he could like, you know, kill somebody if he didn't like hold back. And I feel like in this movie, we do get to see that, I think, for the first time in a way that we didn't even see in Man of Steel, because while they do kind of tackle that idea early on when he's getting bullied as a kid, Clark, but like here you get to see it in action when he is being Superman. Did you notice that there was like a trend for that, like pretty much from the beginning, even with the kaiju fight? Like what was the standout moment for you in all of these fight sequences? Because it feels like, for me, the theme was you're constantly seeing Superman try to do things the right way without causing collateral damage, without losing lives, and it seemed like, you know, half the time when the Justice Gang was screwing things up, he was just trying to like save people. Like, and that's something we haven't really seen in a very long time. Probably not even. I mean, we saw a little bit of it in Brendan Routh's Superman Returns, but definitely I feel like the last time we saw that. And I'm not saying that Henry Cavill Superman didn't do that. Certainly, if you watch the theatrical version of Justice League, you know, he's he's flying a building to safety. But Christopher Reeve, I think, was the last time where you had those smaller moments. Like we did see in this movie, Superman rescues a squirrel, which we saw on the set when they were filming in downtown
And we
Cleveland.
all thought
John,
it would be Chip,
it was
but it wasn't Chip.
no, it wasn't Chip. But again, like how that side of Superman has been sort of missing for a long time. How did you enjoy that? And then did that part of the movie grow on you the second time around, or did you weren't so much interested in that? You were trying to focus on all, because there are still a lot of different things going on in this movie from beginning all the way to end, which is why some people think it just flies by. Like somebody was like, this movie should have been called Superman Flyby because like how quickly it moves. But what were your thoughts on, again, just those smaller moments of kindness and just Superman being Superman in a way that I think like I said, we haven't seen in a very long time?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see, like, it's like a no creature, great, big or small, that Superman saves them all. So yeah, I liked that a lot, but it's like it had a good balance. You know, it had a good balance of fighting and um and like character moments, you know. It wasn't just like, how much can we include of two guys punching? And it's just like, and then and then let's like Mr. Sunday movies, and then they punch for a bit, and then they punch for a bit. It's like, okay, how much? Oh, more punching. Okay. Oh, more punching. And it's just like, I don't know, it just felt more creative, and you know, there is the idea of like, it's like you can have like those nicer, slower moments and not being ruined with a joke. Marvel. But you know,
Well, I
just
think
like,
James Gunn put in the right amount of humor at the right time, though, right? It's like I'm trying to think of an example. I do remember very specifically. Well, like for even just at the beginning, like Christian was pointing out, when he gets healed by the robots, like it's you see him in a lot of pain, and then the whole I don't know if you have the photo here somewhere. It's one of our many collections that we have had from when this movie has been coming out. But basically, right after that sequence, which is where the movie starts, you see Superman's healed up, and then you get to see Crypto, and that whole sequence, it has its own little like humor to it, a very natural humor, and of course, Crypto's the cutest part of the film. So, and then by the time Superman is flying over the Arctic tundra, he's back smiling, and you see the logo comes up, and the Superman, and the music stings. The movie just gets off to a flying start, both figuratively and literally. So, but yeah, I mean, getting back to the whole Justice Gang conversation, John. Just you know, just overall, what was your favorite part of the Justice Gang? And then again, what are you most excited to see moving forward for that team of characters? Because again, the name is not official, but they do operate out of the Hall of Justice, which very much
and
looks
you
like
could
the
tell it
comic
was
book
new
version
because
of
the
it.
guy was still working on the E.
I was speculating that because we remember the Toyota ad they put out. Like there was a crane up, and it's in the movie. Because for a second we thought, was that behind the scenes when they shot the commercial? No, it's in the movie. So I'm like, is
So
Maxwell
it's
Lord
clearly
own it?
new, and there's like a bunch of junk in the Hall of Justice. So someone had a theory about it. I don't know if it was here or somewhere else, where it was like, I bet like during the proto era of like Justice League that you're gonna have Lord Texas Justice Gang, or whatever they're actually gonna be called, the Justice Guild, the Justice League International, whatever the hell it is, and you have that idea of like it's the Hall of Justice for a while. And then eventually when like Superman is like, let's not have a corporate sponsor, let's operate out of our own thing, that's when the Watchtower gets developed. And I think that would be really cool. It's kind of like in Young Justice when like
I
the
don't think you
Hall
can
of
do that
Justice.
without Bruce Wayne's money, right? Like I don't know
Exactly.
what the tier list
It's
is
gonna
for
be after
billionaires in the DCU.
Batman comes in and all this other shit. And so like it's kind of like Young Justice, where it's like the Hall of Justice is kind of like the tourist trap kind of thing, and then they have the boom tubes that warp them to the Watchtower. So I think that would be interesting. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, anyway.
the bowl cut is gonna lead the charge. And there's a video we're gonna look at later where you can see Nathan Fillion was just enjoying the bowl cut, and he's just sloshing it around. He's like, I was for the bowl cut from the very beginning of when he got cast in the movie. Of course, he's been in like 3 or 4 different James Gunn movies, like even Guardians of the Galaxy 3. He was in a significant role, but even before then, he's popped in other movies. He popped in the Suicide Squad. So technically, this is not even the first DC character that Fillion has played for James Gunn. In the, because I don't know, the Suicide Squad, there's parts that are not canon, so I don't know if Fillion's other character is canon to the DCU or if it was just left behind in the DCEU. But anyway, will Superman's Fortress of Solitude expand to a
he did say he was still alive, but that he might just still be alive in the DCEU.
Oh, okay. But the question from Frankie is interesting. Do you think the Fortress of Solitude will expand to accommodate a zoo for weird alien animals? Is that something that happens in the comics? Because I don't know if that's okay. So are we gonna go with that direction? Do you think this universe capable of that?
I would say do it. Why not? Hell yeah.
I love everybody's theory is that squirrel that Superman saved that then went on to become Chip the Green Lantern, because that's literally his origin story. It's like when
even though Chip is not from Earth, but
I know, right? But you don't know that. Like he looks like a squirrel, right? So it's that is the headcanon that we will have for Chip, or supposed squirrel that went on to become Chip. So yes, TDK can be Guy Gardner's twin brother. Yes, that could work. I suppose that could work. Maybe TDK, is the one who gets offed at the beginning of the Lantern show, and then not Guy Gardner. And we just get they kind of give us that red herring of sorts, but we'll see. We do have a few other questions from you guys before we keep going here, because I did want to address these up front, because otherwise we'll just lose track of it later because the show is so packed. And thank you again for being so active in the chat already. I'm just trying to keep up with everybody here. Okay, so Frankie was asking, does Superman control the temperature of his heat vision? I don't know. Does he, John? Does he control? Maybe that's how.
I think he holds back his power.
Yeah.
Whether that's he controls his temperature, I don't know. But I would say he probably holds back his power. Like he definitely pulls his punches and all that. So
yeah.
I don't know about that specifically, but I think he holds it back a little bit.
Maybe that's part of the mechanism. Maybe not the temperature, maybe the frequency of it, because the frequency changes the amount of energy that a laser has. So depending on how you define.
It's not like Cyclops where he just whips off glasses and he's just like, ah!
Yeah, he just has like one setting. I guess Superman has the ability to control.
Well, I mean, because he has like heat vision he can build up. I mean, as we know, Cyclops, his eyes are portals to a laser dimension. So like that's or like a dimension that's like nothing but like energy.
Right.
So it's like that's what it is. So it's like only he can control it with his glasses, but he can't, or with his goggles, but he can't when he just has like glasses on, he can't just
Also, Smacky was asking, do you think James Gunn will take a backseat in upcoming movie promotions, or will he still be the face of everything? Well, I simply think that he's gonna take a step back after this movie, unless he's the one directing it, right? He's gonna be part of the promotions for Peacemaker season 2. He's gonna be at Comic-Con with John Cena and the cast of Peacemaker, because it's his show. Like he basically wrote all the episodes, directed the majority of them. He's leading the post-production, so that he will still be a part of.
He definitely seems like a director-heavy kind of guy. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked if like Craig Gillespie is like in the press.
Oh yeah, front and center.
Yeah,
right. For Supergirl is going to be Craig Gillespie, and Craig Gillespie is no amateur or newcomer to the business. He's done I, Tonya, Cruella. He's done studio pictures before, and there's a reason why they brought him in to do Supergirl. So I do believe by the time we get to Supergirl, Clayface, James Gunn might be present here and there, but he's not going to be the one going on the world tour. He's not going to be one showing up, to all the Comic-Cons. Yes, he'll probably be like Kevin Feige does at like big convention events where they're doing a big studio level presentation for DC Studios. But I think outside of Superman, because Superman, he's the director of the movie, so it makes sense that he's out there front and center. I just don't think he will be doing the same thing for the other projects, but he will always be active on social media. I don't think we'll miss him at any point in time. I do believe that people will try to like go around, other creatives back in the sense that, oh, let me ask James Gunn what he thinks about this. But this is where James Gunn has already sort of run into an issue over the course of the past year where, he almost undercut something Matt Reeves said about the state of the script for the Batman 2 before it was finally submitted. And then he quickly, turned around and said, oh, no, I'm not trying to, say that, Matt Reeves just needs time. He's just writes slow. I'm not trying to undermine him or anything. I haven't seen the script, but, he's doing a great job. So I think more of that will be the case where he's going to be there to lift and support the filmmakers, the storyteller that he brings in, because ultimately he's now the boss. Like him alongside Peter Safran, they're the ones who are signing the checks. They're the ones who are hiring these folks. So and doing so in good faith, right? Not everything is going to work out. Maybe Brave and the Bold won't be as good. Maybe it'll be fantastic. Maybe you'll get to Clayface next year and it will be an amazing movie. Maybe it just won't hit with audiences. So James Gunn has already said that will also be something that he's aware of. By the way, hello to King Slatter and Antonio in the chat. How are you guys doing? So you were just talking about some questions right now from you guys in the chat. Before we continue on with more news, we're trying to get into more of the Easter eggs and the spoilery chat about Superman. So just beware if you haven't seen the movie yet. We are talking spoilers today. Chip is the squirrel equivalent to a Vulcan. Consider how many human-looking aliens that exist in these types of universes. That's fair, and completely fair. I think we will probably see Chip eventually, knowing James Gunn, but I don't think Chip is going to be... certainly the squirrel in Superman that he saved was not Chip. Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if James Gunn kind of goes on to say, oh yeah, you know what? That was Chip the whole time. We just didn't know that yet. Or he hasn't become Chip yet. So there we go. But good, that's a good theory you have. John, speaking of theories, we did have a big theory leading into the movie about the whole idea that Bradley Cooper might be, following the footsteps of Marlon Brando, of Russell Crowe, to play the next big screen version of Jor-El. And then we had, some confirmation from James Gunn on the promotional tour to basically revealing the fact that, yes, Bradley Cooper indeed is going to be Jor-El, and Angela Sarafian is going to be playing, Laura Lorraine, which we will get into a little bit later. We have some behind-the-scenes footage of her. Were you surprised, John, to see Bradley Cooper show up? And then, obviously, the bigger twist is on everybody's mind still, I'm sure. But Bradley Cooper, the way it came about, James Gunn basically said, he did it because he's my friend, and I wanted somebody who could follow in the footsteps. And he specifically name drops Marlon Brando. If you go to, I think the next article points that out. And ultimately, I think the way James Gunn talked about it is Bradley Cooper just did him a favor, right? Like somebody who could walk in the footsteps of Marlon Brando. So I don't even know if Bradley Cooper took a paycheck for this, but what are your thoughts on this? Because again, remember back in the DCEU, we had Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing Thomas Wayne. And when he played Thomas Wayne, we were thinking that maybe they brought them in because they wanted to go in that direction of, the Flashpoint paradox, and then Thomas Wayne becomes Batman. Never happened. Do you think that Bradley Cooper simply did this because, yeah, he is James Gunn's friend and he wanted to just, kind of come in for was probably just one day of shooting, if not even half a day? Or do you think there's plans potentially, or based on the twist in the movie, that we might see Jor-El a little bit more, maybe in more of a prequel setting or more flashbacks, maybe even in Supergirl? Where do you think we're going to get more Bradley Cooper in the DCU?
I don't think so. I think the reason he got such a big name is so that they specifically wouldn't get him back because he would be too much money. And as James Gunn said, he's like, I don't want to deal with Krypton. The only thing we'll see is like in the future, how does Supergirl come into everything? How does that become part of this whole pantheon of Kryptonians being apparently evil? So I think
Hi, Yash.
I think it's definitely I'm curious with how it will go, but I think it's because he got Bradley Cooper is such a big name. It just doesn't seem likely. It's just because we know that David Krumholtz is playing Zor-El in Supergirl, so
right?
We don't know how that's because obviously it's not going to be an exact adaptation of Woman of Tomorrow, so we don't know if it's going to be just a flashback.
It's not even called Woman of Tomorrow anymore. It's just Supergirl.
It's just the reason why I'm calling it. Well, the comic book is still called Woman of Tomorrow, so
right.
Hence why I said it. But we don't know if he's going to be a hallucinate because it could be how it is in the comic book, and he's going to have a role, but it could be a hallucination, it could be a hologram, it could be a flashback, or he could have a major role. So that is definitely the case of will that shine a light on
The first one was good.
will that shine a light on the whole Kryptonian thing, or is it just like Jor-El being a dickhole? Or some people have theorized that Brainiac is like in on it and he fucked up the message to, do something.
Which is, I mean, look, here's the thing. In any other circumstance, the whole Brainiac idea, I think, would be like way too out there. But given the movie that we got, how wacky it gets at times, and then also just in general the idea that James Gunn is leading the pack here. He's the one who's running the cinematic universe. I wouldn't put it past the creative brain trust of the DCU, led by James Gunn, to basically go in the direction of, oh yeah, Brainiac doctored it. But I do think if they were to kind of do a 360 on the whole twist eventually, then it would cheapen the narrative purpose of it here, right? Because it's that whole thing of, now that you made this part of the movie, the whole idea that the Kryptonian belief system is very different from the one that obviously Clark grew up in.
But it's like, why the fuck didn't like Supergirl become like world domination, all that shit?
Well, but that's the thing though, we don't have those questions answered yet. The only part of Supergirl that we have gotten, the only little bit of Supergirl, is that one sequence, that one scene, or even more or less a part of a scene. It was a part of a bigger scene where she shows up towards the end of the movie. That's it. But maybe we get to see more. I think you have made a good point. Maybe we get to see more of what Krypton is like, in flashback sequences with Kara in her movie. So yeah. Space Nazis. Yash, don't count your chickens before they hatch. This is just the beginning. Yeah, I know, right? Well, look, Yash's bet was with Elite Eazy-E? Who did Yash bet with? The idea that if the movie makes Enterprising. So if the movie makes less than 600 million, was somebody remind me, what was the exact bet? Was it something to do with Yash does a super chat or Enterprising does a super chat? We'll have to see.
It was, if it makes less than 600 million, Enterprising has to do a $25 super chat. And then if Yash, if it makes more than $1 billion, or it makes more than 600 million, Yash is going to have to do like a $50 super chat.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Yep. Makes sense. By the way, I'm just going to say that the theory that, Bradley Cooper was making it up to James Gunn for the Joker 2 disaster, I don't think that works. I do not think that's true, Yash, because Joker 2 was a Warner Brothers production. Everything that James Gunn is doing is DC Studios, which there is a distinction in the sense that now DC Studios, much like Marvel Studios, is separate from, for example, over at Disney, Walt Disney Pictures or Motion Pictures is separate from Marvel Studios. The same thing is true now for DC Studios being separate from Warner Brothers Pictures. So everything DC before James Gunn and Peter Safran took over, and with the creation of DC Studios, was in-house with Warner Brothers Pictures, even everything DCEU as well. So yeah, I don't think Bradley Cooper's making I don't think he's making up for anything like that. And besides, it's completely housed in a different studio, and Bradley Cooper and James Gunn are friends.
Actually, it was the opposite. Bradley Cooper was he didn't even produce this, because he dissolved the partnership with Phillips in 2021. So he had more of a role on the first one, but he had next to none or none at all on Folie à Deux. So that theory is for the birds.
And on that note, let's keep on going here, John. We got a few more things to dive into before we get into we got some crypto to talk about in a bit. But I found this article. I actually read this article on slate.com earlier this weekend, and you guys are welcome to check this out. It's a great look at, again, James Gunn's history of his filmmaking, his catalog, who he is as a storyteller. And he used to, he started off being this filmmaker who would sometimes have these moments in a movie that provide shock value for the sake of it. But then over time, I think, he's developed, and obviously I think we have seen that he is much better at adding nuance to his stories and giving us characters that we can clearly relate to. He still has a lot of his horror roots spread out throughout all of his movies, including Superman, especially body horror stuff. Because you do see Superman, at one point when he's getting tortured, he's in pretty bad shape. When he's got kryptonite in the room that Metamorpho has created with his hand. But basically, this article talks about how that big twist about the parents of Superman isn't the first time we have seen something like this from James Gunn, because Remember he produced that movie Brightburn in 2019, which actually got sued by Warner Brothers, which I'm sure that is all over now because James Gunn is like, I won the fight because I literally took the job. So like I ain't fighting with myself. But there was a very similar, twisted, like upside down, like message with the main character who's kind of like evil Superman in Brightburn. His original alien parents also kind of told him, take the world, like as in go rule over them. And we find out in Superman that pretty much the Jor-El and Laura Van kind of have the same kind of message for him. So I just thought it was interesting that this may not be the first time James Gunn has dabbled with this idea, even though with Superman there is that comic book reference with the John Byrne run. But John, did you kind of connect the dots there with Brightburn and how that evil Superman or evil Superman-esque character had a similar alien parentage to what now officially in the DCU canon is for Superman as well? Like, did you put that together? Because I thought that was an interesting comparison.
No, I mean, James Gunn is good at adding dark moments. Well, yeah, I agree with that.
That's fair, Yash. Yeah.
I mean, it's entirely possible, but I forgot what I was gonna say. I got busy with the comments. I was like, God damn it, I forgot. Oh well, it's
all good. I actually mentioned this over the weekend too. The idea that this is not the first time he has made his super characters, alien parentage, sort of like completely counter to the idea of like the benign Kryptonians, where clearly in this iteration, I mean, even if they're not benign, they certainly are. Even if they're not evil, they're certainly not benign. I think if you look at the expressions on the face of Bradley Cooper and Angela Sarafian playing Superman's parents, they feel pretty emotionless. It's not like they're saying like, go and conquer Earth and rule over them and take spread your seed far and wide. And so it's not like you're watching a Hitler speech, pardon pun. I'm not, again, just using that.
I will say there is like kind of like a level of disgust from Bradley Cooper. He's like, where he's like talking like this, fucking take them over if you want to. Like, they're so simple, they're confused, they don't know what the fuck to do. Bop it a boop. No, it's just like the vibe of like, because that's what I got like right when the thing got fucked up, was like Bradley Cooper gives this like face of like contorted face of disgust, like talking about Earth things, and it's like, damn, all right, bro, like calm down.
Yeah, I mean, you're the one who picked the planet. Like, seriously, Brand, come on now. I wonder if James Gunn would do a Superman Revenge Squad movie, showcasing multiple Superman villains. Maybe. I mean, somebody mentioned over the weekend that Cersei, and not that Cersei is a Superman villain, but Cersei and Lex Luthor both end up at Belle Reve. So maybe the other villains have too, because Superman in this continuity has already fought Metallo, and because this Superman doesn't kill, so I'm guessing Metallo, didn't die. Like, he might be locked up in Belle Reve as well. So, and isn't Belle Reve where all the Suicide Squad characters came from? So I'm sure we'll see some of the other characters we have seen in the Suicide Squad. I don't know if anybody survived that one, going back to Belle Reve at the end. Did they? I know in the first one, most of them end up back there, but I don't know. Maybe Killer Croc, and not a Superman villain. So Superman plus harem equals Earth conquered. There you go. Oh man,
it's a man that was like being very commemorative over his father. Like, this was like his father's birthday was July 11th. He has a lot of like evil dads. Like, it's like he had Ego. He has, I guess, like space dads.
Liz pointed that out too. And also this idea of like James Gunn really loves the found family, like the family you choose versus the one you were like born with, kind of thing, born into. Because because Liz was like, I'm trying to figure out, like, did he have like a troubled childhood? Like, was his dad like not very close to him? And it seems like that wasn't at all the case. Like, he remembers his dad is the one that introduced him to Superman to begin with. So I'm wondering, maybe that's just like something that he finds that he's really good at writing. Even White Dragon is a great example. Like Caleb was saying, White Dragon is another one. So yeah, I mean, does James Gunn have daddy issues?
Like, for a guy that loved his dad so much that he picked the fucking release day of his dad's birthday, it looks like you fucking hate your dad, man. I think you need to cool it with the evil dad shit.
Which also, you know what? Like, because they kept talking about it again, and now we're going off on a tangent. But the idea that James Gunn believes that Superman is not one of those characters that has a lot of internal turmoil, like Bruce Wayne, who saw his parents die and forever his life changed because of it, or I don't know, like the Punisher and Marvel, or like Peter Parker watching Uncle Ben die, and the fact that his own parents died before he was even born. All those things, like there's a lot of superheroes out there who have those kind of dark origins. Superman doesn't have that, but now in this universe, it's like, okay, so I guess he does have that. Like, it's not like the next movie whenever it comes out with Superman in it, or if he makes a cameo in Peacemaker, I don't think people are forgetting about the fact that his whole, that whole message was aired on international television worldwide for everybody in the internet to see, and then for all the monkeys to retweet a million times before they got kicked out of the pocket dimension. So it's like, I'm just saying, this Superman seems to struggle with a little bit internal. So that seemed like a bit of a false statement. But anyway, just a side tangent there. A lot of fathers from Creature Commandos. Yeah, and then Bloodsport talks about he was a bad father too, so he's trying to make up for it with Ratcatcher
like
2.
His dad treated him like shit, and then
and then Ratcatcher 2 talking about her dad also like was a great person, but I don't know. I guess that's not necessarily a fair comparison. But Movie Spud saying, from what I read, James Gunn knew his dad, loved him, but he was very busy. He was a very busy man as a lawyer, so may not have been around a lot. Okay, I realize my camera has gone off the chains. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but I will figure that out. I've already gave my reference for where Gunn might have gotten ideas from. Smallville had 1980s. Okay, yeah, Enterprising. I think you were talking about the John Byrne run on Friday. Maybe Frankie. And now we're just like doing a whole Freudian analysis of
for
James Gunn's
him, it's not
motivations.
too late. I mean, he can still have children. I mean, fucking Al Pacino and Robert De Niro have like babies, like right now.
I mean,
so it's not too late
nowadays. I don't think it's ever too late, is it?
So, and he could always adopt, so it'll be okay.
Yeah. Yep. Is my camera having trouble? Hello. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Figure your shit out, Elgato. I paid good money for that. Anyway, John, let's keep going. We got a few more things. A lot more things actually. Let's keep on rolling here, shall we? The next thing we got to discuss is the Fortress of Solitude, the set specifically, John. I came across this article, blew my mind, because you look at it in the headline. This comes from the production designer of the movie, Beth Mickle. She was on the red carpet for Superman talking about this, and she got interviewed by I think it was either Variety or Deadline. I forget who had the original quote, but this article is in Variety. They were talking about how it was such a big task to make Fortress of Solitude for the movie, and they did a lot of it practically. Like Beth said, that basically the only crystals in the set that were not real, obviously this shot, that's all not real, but then on the inside, the only crystals that weren't real were the ones that were like moving, like they were moving out of the way to make way for the rays of the sun in this particular shot. Pretty much everything else, like you see the ones here to the left, to the right, those were all real. They were all made for the movie.
Anyway,
and they took 6 months to design the thing, and then another 16 weeks, basically another 4 months to build it. And it was made from 242 resin crystals, like these crystals you see here, to the point, like she was saying, like the whole East Coast ran out of resin because we used it all up that year building out the set. Are you surprised again that James Gunn just went all out for the practical, as much as possible in camera for a set like this? I know there were different versions of this set, and they used like some scaled models as well as obviously the really big one that you see here. But are you surprised that James Gunn was not leaning as heavily into CGI in Man of Steel, for example, most of that ship is CGI. But then again, like you can't really, this is easier to pull off because it's more of that classic crystalline structure from the Christopher Reeve era. But were you surprised at the scale and scope of this and the fact that it did it practically?
Yeah, it is shocking. Like, I know he's a sucker for practical, but it's like the fact that he actually went out of his way to do that for that is pretty damn awesome, not gonna lie. And we will definitely be talking about that later.
Yep. Thank you, Kevin. We will be talking more box office in a bit. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Nico in the chat, Nico Bellic saying there was a big plot hole in Superman. Why couldn't Superman, with his X-ray vision, see Ultraman's face? He should have known long before that Ultraman is a clone. Didn't they like have a bit of a? I feel like he only used his X-ray vision like once in the whole movie. Am I wrong about that? Did you? I don't know, John. Did you notice that he was not even really using his extra vision outside of maybe? I think it was.
I mean,
the
it's
sequence with the
entirely
kaiju.
possible.
Like that was the only
that it
time.
was lined with lead. That's why we couldn't see it. I wish they like said it, but like
Yeah.
it's entirely possible that it's just like it was lined with lead, and he can't see through lead.
Yeah, I think lead weaving in the mask potentially. Hey Bass, we will definitely get into that. We actually have a lot to talk about with the box office, so you definitely I'll save your comment. And the international box office for the movie does look like it underperformed a little bit, so we'll talk about that. I think there's reasons why, but it just to me again fascinating that they went about the construction of the fortress in such a insanely resource intensive way. But somehow Beth was saying, the production designer of the movie, that it was still cheaper than doing it in CGI. So I'm like, really? Was it? As long as you think so, then great.
I mean, that's what like fucking Christopher Nolan did for Interstellar. They actually planted like fucking 10 acres of corn, and then at the end of the production, they fucking sold it all, and that helped finance the movie. So whatever works.
Yep.
And he crashed a real plane in Tenet.
Yep. He blew up a real nuke, and no, he didn't. But he tried.
He blew up something.
He tried. He blew up something.
Nuke, it was
he blew up something. And no, Nico, Henry Cavill was not Ultraman. Nice try though.
That would have been funny though.
That would have been hilarious. He did look like Henry Cavill in a few fleeting moments.
Bruh, like he has the powers of a Kryptonian. I'm pretty sure he can fucking rip that shit off.
Yeah.
Like
it's yeah. And then I think James Gunn answering some of these questions I've noticed in the promotional tour. Like there was like a Wired video where they answer all the questions that Google has asked about Superman. I could tell half the questions. He was like, dude, it's a comic book movie. Like I haven't thought about it. Like, and like, why would I spend my time thinking? Like James Gunn clearly is not taking that very much we need to explain everything approach like David Goyer and Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan. It's just a different style of filmmaking, right? So we can poke holes like that in this movie all day long, and definitely those are some valid concerns. Why not use extra vision?
Did you know that guys can't fly? Did you know that people can't fly? Did you know that people can't spew heat vision?
I didn't know that. Did they not? I thought the Wright brothers.
Did you know that
I did not
dogs can't fly? That's crazy.
Well, this movie certainly made me believe that crypto could fly. So, anyway.
Did you know that you can't clone things from a strand of fucking hair? I know, amazingly crazy.
Yeah, it takes a lot more DNA just one strand of hair because, yeah. Anyway, oh, good comment. I'm not like Mahler who searches for plot holes every frame. Yeah, yep. Clearly, James Gunn isn't either. So, Swag fan, hello. How are you doing today? Gunn should be fired if the movie only makes $500 million. Actually, we're going to talk about that later, but just to let you know, Warner Brothers Discovery, the parent company of DC Studios, they will be satisfied with $500 million or more. I think that's the bar for them. There was a report in I keep calling the Washington. It's the Wall Street Journal that came out on Friday.
The Washington Street Post.
Blah, blah, blah. Like Wall Street Journal, basically, in that report, they said Warner Brothers is looking at somewhere around $500 million as potentially not the break-even point, but certainly what they would be satisfied with. And $700 million is certainly great. They would be popping bottles if they got anywhere close to or over $700 million. But James Gunn mentioned that he doesn't need to make that much. Like clearly between David Zaslav, James Gunn, Peter Safran, they're okay with this movie not making, let's say Man of Steel kind of money, which we will talk about again in more detail later in the show. But John, let's keep the ball rolling here because we have a few other things to talk about with Superman, including, I think where we're going to next is a ton of crypto, because I found this online. I thought this was hilarious. Somebody put an older, I don't know if this is from an older show where there was a crypto, or if that's just a dog where when you get to that shot, that's clearly a person. That's just
I think this was from Police Story.
So good.
That's where
it's you can clearly tell that's a dude in a dog costume for that one shot. I love it. It's so great. I'm
But
like,
it
if
like
only
honestly,
dog hands
the
moved like
shots kind
that.
of seamless, so you almost believe it for a sec. Okay, so it might have been the Shaggy Dog. Oh, I can't view the thing. Anyway, it might have been Shaggy Dog, but I don't think so. Anyway, but it's still. Oh,
Yeah. Nico, that's a good point though. The idea that like the impact was missing and punches were really underwhelming. But we talked about, I don't know if you were watching earlier, this Superman is definitely pulling his punches because he knows like if he really tried, he could kill people very easily. So and he does not believe in killing people. So he definitely throughout the movie was pulling punches, which is I think the reason why we don't see that impact. Also, let's be honest, Zack Snyder, if you're comparing him to James Gunn, films better action. He's great at that, but James Gunn is a better storyteller overall, I think. So in that way, you know, maybe some of it had to do with the cinematography, the action choreography. Even so, like when you get to this sequence and several more like it in the third act of the movie,
okay.
it's some of the best Superman's, you know, fighting that we've ever seen. So
Also,
um
by the way, that was from the Shaggy DA. That's where that's from. It's a sequel to the Shaggy Dog.
doesn't
God,
James Gunn already have Mark Waid and Grant Morrison in the writing room? I thought he already did.
no, he doesn't. He only has
Oh,
Tom King.
really? I thought they were in. Okay, never mind. All right. Well, maybe you should.
You
Steven
should.
asking Dan and John Emmy nominations tomorrow. By the way, just to mention, yeah, we will talk about that. I mean, there's been so much speculation. There's probably going to be a lot of the usual suspects in the lead.
The
So
Bear is somehow going to be fucking nominated, even
for
though it
best
sucks.
comedy series again, which makes no sense, but you know we'll see.
Because it's like
I
nobody
think
thought the last season was fucking good. Yet, like, I'm not watching it. I'm not watching season
I
4. I'm
think
not watching season 5.
Severance will be leading the way, and The Penguin will probably snag a few nominees. We'll keep an eye out, and we'll talk about the ones that are, you know, probably the most important to discuss, and we'll see if we can maybe make some predictions on who will potentially be the, you know, the winners and all the big categories, because there's so many categories we can't talk about all of them, but we will try our best. Nico, on the other hand, saying it was still a better overall movie than Man of Steel. I think for me, even right now, I'm not willing to put it above Man of Steel. I think Man of Steel was a better story, a better film overall, but I'm in the minority, so I know that. And maybe watching Superman more times, I'll have a better, you know, opinion of it. But not saying that I didn't like the movie. I've been saying it all weekend, last week, this week
The
now.
Walking Dead says hello.
Pretty good. Uh,
That
yeah,
show started sucking dicks way after, like right after season 1. Like season 2 was like okay. Season 3 is still hands down one of is like the most boring thing I've ever watched.
hey Marco. Um, I don't know, Bastries, what you mean by getting kicked in the nuts and humiliated as bad storytelling. Are you talking about a particular part of the movie, like where Superman's getting beat up because he's, you know, prone to kryptonite? Because like Batman beat up Henry Cavill's Superman for like most of that fight sequence with kryptonite. Anyway, PLO prefers Man of Steel. Again, my opinion might change having seen Superman more than once. Right now, I've only seen it once. So I know, John, the movie grew on you the more times you have seen it. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that seems to
I'm probably
be,
gonna see it again.
yeah.
Because like I'm
It,
not gonna be
yeah,
seeing anything this weekend. I'm not. I don't give a fuck about it. I know what you did last summer. Eddington, I'm
yeah.
curious about, but I'm probably not gonna pay to see it. And then Smurfs, I'd rather get a lobotomy.
Yeah. Wait, where did Superman get kicked in the nuts with no kryptonite? When was that in the
Well, it
movie?
was during the fight with Ultraman,
Oh,
where it's like
okay.
where like he has him like this. He's like holding his legs, and then he fucking like boom hits
Oh,
him
that was like a
right in the
wrestling move.
nuggets.
Dude, I thought I was watching that in the moment. I'm like, that's something straight out of like the Dudleys, like the
Yeah,
tag
and
team back in the day.
again, he's fighting someone who's technically another Kryptonian who
Literally
can beat
him.
him in strength,
Yes.
and he's
Yeah.
at full power. Superman isn't.
Yeah.
Bruh, like, did you watch the movie? Like, hello? Like, goddamn, bruh. I get it. You don't like it. That's fine if you don't like it, but it feels like, yeah, you're right. Lobotomy is funner than the new Smurfs movie coming out. But it's just like, it's fine if you don't like the movie. That's cool. We're not, it's just like your criticisms just seem a little off. Like, they seem a little odd. So, you know, just.
Yep. Does Supergirl also get a harem? I don't know, Marco. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait to
I wouldn't
find out
mind it. I
next.
mean, what?
We'll have to wait to find out next summer when her movie comes out. Or I'm sure we'll talk about it when, you know, if they have any announcements at New York Comic Con, which it looks like they're skipping San Diego Comic Con for Supergirl because it is still in post-production. Man of Steel is definitely a better film, and I have my issues with it, says Frankie. Yeah, I mean, and again, I keep saying that I've seen it many more times. I've seen Man of Steel dozens of times, whereas I've only seen Superman once. So I think it's hard for me to give you a definitive answer. At first impressions, I prefer Man of Steel, but we'll have to just wait and see. My opinion of the Batman increased significantly after watching it multiple times. So maybe that the same will happen with Superman as well. Because the first time I saw the Batman, I was like, ugh, they tried to do the Dark Knight. But then the second time I was like, oh, I did not watch it at all the right way. So maybe that's what will happen here. Johnny's saying Cavill Superman also got the crap beat out of him by... Yeah, well, look, first of all, it doesn't matter if male or female. A Kryptonian is a Kryptonian is a Kryptonian, right? So, and what was their name? What was the name of the character? Faora Ul? I'm sure a lot of people going to watch Man of Steel in opening weekend wouldn't mind getting their butts whooped by Faora Ul. So,
and someone actually had a really good point. It's like when Superman got so mad.
That sounds great, Steven.
That does sound great. When Superman got so mad about Lex Luthor, it reminded me a moment from David Tennant era where it's I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but the two-parter with like the Family of Blood, where he was like the reason that he ran away was because he was being kind. The reason that he got mad to get the dog back was so that Lex Luthor didn't have the wrath of Kara, because Kara would have 100% fucking gone Henry Cavill on General Zod. She would have snapped that motherfucking dude's neck if anything happened to that dog. Like, he was just trying to help him out. Like, when you really think about it, like, he was just trying to help her brother out. Like, bro, get me my dog back. You don't want to, like, deal with my cousin. She will whoop your ass and murder you without a second thought. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was saying before. How much you want to bet the same people that were like, oh, he's boring, oh, he's overpowered, oh, he's not interesting, are now the same people that are like, oh, he sucks because he's a pussy and he's weak. Okay, what do you fucking want then? You just want to complain. That's all. You just want to complain.
I mean, also the whole kaiju situation, I think look, that whole sequence where he's sitting and back talking to Lois while the Justice Gang is fighting an intergalactic or interdimensional imp, that sequence that we are all like, what's going on in that thing in the background from the first Superman photo they released a year ago, that goes to show you the kind of movie this is. Like, this kaiju fight, the only thing it was there to show you is Superman did not, even this kaiju who was destroying so many things and killing people inadvertently, so even he did not want to kill this. He was like, out, let's put him down humanely and study him or something. And the Justice Gang was like, nah, we're just gonna do our best to like kill him and create as much damage and destruction as possible. So I think this movie, if you're trying to watch it from the lens of Man of Steel, you'll be disappointed, because that movie very much felt like it was a hard sci-fi movie. This is comic book fantasy. So like, I think that's the big difference between this Superman and the Man of Steel Superman. Pacerland is here though, saying, man, the excuses I saw this weekend from haters, Snyder Bros, mathematicians now, LMO. Yeah, well, Pacer, I think that some of the comparisons they're making, they're pointing to some stuff that feels valid on the surface, but we will dive into it. We'll do all of that comparison later in the show because we have all the numbers and we'll talk about them. In some ways, Man of Steel did outperform Superman, but also that doesn't tell you the complete story. So we will talk about that. Superman also outperforming Man of Steel in some ways, which is amazing, because this movie comes out at a time where the DC brand isn't nearly as in good graces of the people as it was coming off of the success of the Dark Knight trilogy when Man of Steel came out. So yeah, that's the thing. We will never quite win against the haters. You'll always have to worry about that. But yeah, Kara gives 0 Fs. The dog dies, Lex dies. Yeah, she'll probably go and just punch a hole through his chest. In Belle Reve even. So, anyway, John, let's get back to talking about crypto. You know what was fun? This is actually the next story here Fiona sent this to me on Instagram, and I don't even know how she came across it, but I thought it was kind of funny, but also at the same time really cool. We have a video on the channel right now called "The 5 Ways That James Gunn is Making Superman Relatable," and it's has a voiceover on it with one of the guys that used to be on the channel talking about movies with us, Andrew Frankel. You can go check his work out. He's a great voice actor. He's done work on Netflix, and he even has done work for some DC games. But
I mean, that's why he was in that pet store. He was
clearly,
looking for bitches.
Clearly. but yeah, I mean, look, voice actors are a big part of just the creative industry, and I didn't even realize that the whistling that that they use, the whistle sound effect in Superman that he uses to call out to Crypto, the super whistle, like it's from an actual voice actor based on the voice of Joe Zieja. And
yeah,
I mean that's fantastic. I love the idea that
Oh, you mean terrific?
Yes, I'll get that down eventually.
I'm just, no, because then once you start to actually say terrific, then Fantastic Four is going to come in and you're going to start saying terrific instead of it. So just keep going while you're doing. But this is cool though. This is really cool. I like seeing this because fun fact, like one of my favorite bits of trivia was like, Buddy the Elf's burp in Elf was done by another guy, like a guy who specializes in burping. So it's like, it's a thing. It's a thing. And you know what? Whatever works.
Yeah. I love it though, because again, like I said, I have a great sense of admiration for voice actors and the work that they do. So I thought this was a really cool shout out. And again, yeah, I hope that we get to see more of his or hear more of his voice in future Superman movies. And it was a critical part of the trailers. It was a big part of the movie, especially that big moment in the third act when Crypto finally gets called. Remember when he, like you said, he was in the store, is like the whole brains over brawn. So is a Crypto, and he calls him out with the whistle, and Crypto's of course looking for food or maybe other reasons in the pet store before he comes over to help out Superman and tag team and basically beat the living crap out of all the Raptors that they were up against. But anyway, John, let's move on to the next thing. We got more Crypto to talk about. So Palm Clementif, they took a Crypto of her own, not a real dog, but just a stuffed Crypto to go skydiving. And I saw this in James Gunn's stories because he posted about it. And clearly, I mean, I don't know, Steve G is commenting on it and everything. John, is this just another one of those hints that Palm Clementif is just now moments away from I don't know, like joining the DC universe in some capacity? Because clearly, she's out there promoting the movie, even though I don't think anywhere near associated with the film. At least she wasn't in any of the cast members, as far as we know. The only thing that she was involved in with the movie was a voice actor for one of the robots. So that's it. But do you think we get to see more of her in the movie? Or in the future of the DCU, I should say?
Maybe not. We'll see. I don't think so, but let's see if those rumors are true. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but I personally don't think so, but I'll eat crow when they are. If they are.
I'm trying to find that Atari sequence graphics one of you guys was mentioning. And John, I don't think we've talked about this much. Do you want to care to explain what this was meant to be? Was it what did they say? It was a proton lava or something? Like it was some kind of crazy. It definitely felt like one of the most comic book parts of the whole movie, where it's not meant to feel like this is something that can exist in the real world. Anti-proton river. Okay. Yep. There you go. One of the dangers. I think it was this sequence where I started to realize, oh, this is the kind of movie we're watching. Like it's like I just need to take my goggles off. Though. Yeah, man. I know you talked about like the way Superman's holding that baby. There's no neck support. His neck is just like tilting over to one side. It's like, oh man, I hope he's gonna be okay. John, by the way, I know what you just sent me on our internal chat. Throw that in the quick hits. We need that. We need that in the quick hits.
We need that. All of us.
We need that. I need that right now. I need it right now. Okay, let's keep going. We got more crypto stuff. Let me switch us over back to your feed. It looks like James Gunn continues to release more test footage of crypto. The frames from Framestore, the studio, the VFX house that created all the CGI for crypto. Do you think this is one of those deleted sequences from the movie that we're gonna get to see
Nah, this
more
looks
of?
like test footage. He doesn't look as well rendered here, and neither does the robot. So I think it's just more test footage. It's still great
I
though.
watched this on loop for so long. This is great. I love it. I love it. Okay. Let's keep on rolling here. More crypto stuff. Oh, we're moving on from crypto
Jimmy,
stuff to talking about Jimmy got game.
Jimmy the Rizzler Olsen.
Jimmy the Rizzler Olsen, exactly. Jimmy got game.
But it is from Michaela Hoover's
Yes.
account.
The whole
so,
Daily
you
Planet
know.
crew. Yep. Christopher McDonald.
Nope. I love that. I love that face. I love that face.
Yep. I like he had a great experience on this movie, clearly. And he was at the red carpet events, and I just again, he's not even somebody who's I don't think like a full-time actor. Doesn't he work on one of the other TV? Like I thought he worked on one of the I think he works on the Kelly Clarkson show. That came up at one point, so that's great. Love seeing this. Jimmy is also a metahuman, says Marco. That's the only explanation for how he pulls this off. I can see it though. I know John is enjoying these set of photos quite a bit, so let's keep going.
Not as much as this, but you know. But this is Maria
Gabriella
De
De
Faria in Svalbard, Norway. Getting
so
ready.
This clip is
shoot.
the earthing after sauna, where David Cornsweet is the one filming this. They both did it. And then she goes outside to like greet this cutest dog who's so excited. Yep. Get back inside. Oh my god, that looks really cold out there. Really cold.
It would be funny. I mean, David Cornsweet wouldn't do this because he's a good boy, but it would be funny if he closed the door. It'd just be like, I would do that, but only for like a couple of minutes, like because that's a little bit too.
Yeah, but yeah, Maria is definitely crazy. And if you keep going here, then she has a video here from the first day of filming. Clearly, look at if you're not in front of the camera, you're dressed, for the weather, and then when you see the actors, they're like, oh no, we gotta put on the costume and freeze to death, or like have one of those huge jackets we put on like you see on the NFL sidelines in November and December when it's snowing out there on the field. But number 3 was James Gunn being James Gunn while I was flying in Svalbard. And if you hear the audio for this, James Gunn loves to, and David Cornsweet has talked about it, he loves to direct from the microphone. Like he'll sit in Video Village looking at all the monitors and be like, you're angry as if you just got your ass beat, and like, go try it this way. Like he's on the microphone. And I mean, some actors are, okay, I can work with that. Other actors are like, let me do my thing, and then talk to me afterwards. So, yep. Yeah,
like,
I know
you're
that.
Pissed off. This is frustrating.
Great. Which again, not every actor, takes to that very well. This is number 4, walking on the sea ice and freaking out. Yep. They were walking on frozen ice. Look, you can see they were by an icebreaker and they got to walk about. And you got to be careful because walking the wrong spot, like you don't want to fall through and freeze to death in the water. So I hope, Nico, that we get a Bruce Wayne casting later this year. I really do. And as far as taking risks, I know that they're still working on a Batman Wonder Woman movie. So having a Supergirl and Clayface isn't as far-fetched today as it might have seemed 10 years ago. So I'm okay with that as long as they do well, right? Frankie G saying, does everyone in Metropolis only wear orange? Not necessarily, but they do wear a lot of earthy colors. Remember when we were talking about that, like going back all the way back to when they were filming the movie, that it seemed like they were going for this like more classic comic booky version of Metropolis. So maybe that's what it had to do with. This here is kind of hilarious because David Cornsweet is filming Nicholas Hoult. Just, I don't know, just having some shenanigans. I wonder what those photos look like posing out in the look at the jackets, the layers that they've got on. You can easily get frostbite out there.
As someone who fucking hates the heat, I wish I was there right now. God damn, that looks heavenly.
Right?
God.
Yeah. You can see behind them how cold it is. Those are clouds. Like, look at that. It's crazy. Like with the mountains, and then Sarah Sampaio, Miss Tessmacher is just making angels on the ice. So snow angels. But yeah, you see that behind them? Those are clouds. That's how high up they are in elevation. So that's pretty wild. Yeah.
and then she does a polar plunge,
Polar
which is
plunge,
like
which
I would never. Okay, I love the
yeah.
cold, not that much. I'm sorry, can't do that. I have balls. I don't want them to shrink to like microscopic levels. They would after going in here. I'm not dealing with that. I was in the pool. I was in the polar plunge. I was in the polar plunge.
It's like you lose a size in your underwear. Like it's just like I can put on like a size less after doing that, and it's like, I hope it doesn't cause any permanent damage. But uh, she doesn't have to worry about that though. And I think still most people would not do that because. But if you're an athlete, like if you've been training up for this movie,
they do the tubs
yeah,
of
they
ice
do it
thing.
every day. Yeah,
I mean that's what
But-
Brad Pitt did in F1.
Yep. In the movie itself, and I'm sure beyond that, because he had to actually drive in the F1 cars, and your body's hurting after that. So, yeah. This is from Rachel Brosnahan. More behind the scenes photos. Everybody posting their camera roll, basically for for celebrating.
Now they
releasing
can
of
after the
Superman.
fucking movie came out, and
Yeah.
Gunn has released the gun on the actor, so now they can actually post shit.
Like Lex in the movie, he put the trigger back and put the gun down. It's like you can go ahead. The monkeys will not come after you. Yeah. This was so cute.
Dog.
I get whose dog is this? Is this
That's
James
David
Gunn's?
Cornsweat's dog.
This David Cornsweat. Oh, it's Ira Cornsweat. Yeah, she had a whole ID. Ah, yes, it's so cute. It's Ira Cornsweat. Yeah, that's great. And then of course, that's Guy Gardner.
That's a powerful wig right there. Like, damn.
I was wondering. I'm like, is it a wig? Like that? They must be testing it out. Like, it's yeah. That dog has seen things. Yeah, probably. This was the coolest thing. Okay, you know what, John? Hold on. We both gotta match the looks of Metamorpho. Yeah, it's all or nothing, but like right now it's all and not nothing. So hold on. I have to like take mine out of packaging every time. There we go. Play the clip. His Metamorpho is cool.
Yeah. Although he has more like the John Lennon kind of glasses instead of the
all good. Close enough.
aviators.
This is great. I love it.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Anyway.
Amazing.
Also, this is 100% a swear jar. I don't know if they mentioned that, but it's definitely a swear jar.
Definitely a swear jar.
So how long have they been doing that? 3 months?
I don't know. It's maybe he's enjoying that here. Yeah. Let's keep on going. I think we have a couple more here. Oh yeah, they were testing out like what it's like to hang off those wires in that sequence where they're kissing at the end of the movie. So.
And then this was stuff with the Justice Gang.
Nathan
Very
is like,
cute.
I'm 10 years too old to be flexible enough to do any of this, but I will try. Which I realized watching this, literally, he's like twice the age of Isabella Merced. Like he's in his like he's got to be 50 or getting close to it.
He's late 40s, early 50s, I think.
Late 40s, right? Isabella Merced is literally half his age, which I was like, that didn't click to me until this sequence. And I'm like, you can tell he's stiffened up from back in his. What was the first thing that he got known for? It was like the space, the one with Joss
Private
Whedon.
Ryan?
No. Nathan Fillion with Joss Whedon. What did he do with Joss Whedon?
No, it was probably Firefly.
Firefly. I'm like,
I think he was maybe on like an episode or two of Buffy.
Right. But I'm like that's a long time ago from those days, Nathan Fillion, to what he's up to now. So
hey, he's the
elder
statesman
of the.
He is the rookie.
Crew. Yes, which the whole show is based on the idea that he's too old to be a rookie, but he's still having a whole hell of a lot of fun on set.
He's looking like he's channeling Jim Carrey there a little bit. Like,
yep.
Are you telling me there's a chance?
You telling me there's a chance? You know what? And speaking of Jim Carrey, actually, you know what? Now that you brought it up, I need to bring this in. I think this is perfect timing. Somebody put this together, and I found it online. You know, of all those Superman posters that we have had, somebody put Jim Carrey in a Superman poster.
Yeah, because they made him Guy Gardner. That's what I was kind of.
Yep. It was, but he was like Lloyd Christmas in Superman. Yeah, dude, Nathan Fillion's been around since the 90s. since the 90s. See, the thing is, Bass Reeves, I know you're in the chat talking. I can't tell if you were being facetious or not. So I'm not gonna put those comments on screen. But yeah, let's keep going here.
Yeah, I think we
Mike
got the
into your helmet,
last
so.
one. Yeah, this was the last one.
Yeah,
But
and this was the scene. We're gonna talk about it later. Like there's something with Superman in India, but I don't think it was the kiss in this sequence. It was more maybe from a
no,
different
I
part of
think
the
it
movie.
was the kiss in this sequence. It was
Was
considered
it?
It was considered too sensual.
Too sensual. Which I'm like, really in like Bollywood today? I would understand 20 years ago. Today, I don't know. I don't get it. But yeah, I think I found the poster. Jim Carrey as Green Lantern. Do you think if this movie came out in the 90s, this would be like being played by Jim Carrey? Because of course he was already in DC back then.
No, I think Jim Carrey would be Plastic Man. That makes way more sense, in all honesty.
This, by the way, is not a real poster, as you can tell by the fake DC Studios logo there. But just wanted to bring that in. It's hilarious. All right, let's keep on going with the other Superman chat. Now getting into more behind the scenes looks. Of course, the first set we already looked through. Some of the other supporting characters in the movie, including Lois Lane, but Angela Sarafian, who played Lara Lorwan. You could see they're going back to again more of that classic Kryptonian look, kind of closer to the Marlon Brando version. Although definitely still a lot more involved. They have some of the flowing lines that you could remember being associated with what we got in Man of Steel as well. What did you think about just again the costume design for the Kryptonians, the Jor-Els, or not the Jor-Els, but I guess the House of El?
I mean, it might not just be the House of El; it might be all of Kryptonians, and it looks pretty good. I kind of like how there's no crest. It looks kind of like more generic. Like maybe that's a good thing, maybe that's a bad thing, but I kind of, like that a little bit. But yeah, looking good.
Yep, and she thanked James Gunn for the opportunity. Of course, she was in what was the show? Westworld, right?
Yes.
So that's where she's most well known for.
Yes.
All right, let's keep going.
We did get a little bit of Supergirl.
This is like our behind the scenes look at the Super. This is officially our first official look at Supergirl's costume, behind the scenes or otherwise. I mean, outside. I mean, again, the stuff that we have from the movie. It's technically we're not supposed to be showing that because the movie's still in theaters. This picture, although, has made it out onto the internet. So, yeah, I do. I love the look of the costume. The S again. Everything is in line in terms of just the design overall feels very much like it's literally the Superman suit, but for Supergirl. You have. I know, John, you were hoping maybe for not what you are calling the over-designed lines, but you do see that here as well. The belt is the same.
I feel like it works a little bit better with Kara. I feel like it works a little bit better. I still don't love it, but like I feel like it makes more sense here. You
guys saying that Lara Lorwan kind of looked like Lady Gaga? I can see that. That would have been quite the coup. Like a bit of a what was the movie that they did together? Star is Born reunion.
Star is Born.
Yeah.
Star is Born.
Yep. The suit with the crest is like a uniform. Well, I think it's also because in Man of Steel they gave every house its own like lineage and crest, kind of like if you're of Scottish heritage or stuff, or like from the medieval times, your family name has a crest and a set of colors associated with it. I don't know if they really thought that deep about Krypton yet, so they probably just gave them something fairly generic they can maybe build upon later. This will be easier to add to it than to take away from it. So maybe that was it. But it is interesting though, because these costumes for Supergirl and Superman are way more colorful than the white ones that those parents were wearing, the Kryptonian parents of Superman. But the other thing that it leads me to believe is now that we have seen those two suits are pretty much the same, John, we know that these suits, actually we don't quite know if these suits were Earth-made or not, but certainly the fact that the two these super characters have basically the same suit, especially with the design philosophy. Do you think these suits are Kryptonian in fact, or they have any sort of Earth origin to it? Or because that was something that wasn't explained in this movie. James Gunn has said as much, that they will not explain that in this movie. We don't see any Krypton outside of what we see in the Forces of Solitude. So do you think the origin of these suits is Kryptonian, considering how different they are from what Jor-El and Lara Lorwan were wearing?
Yeah, maybe it is like Maybe it could be like, oh, there's like a place like where they use like Kryptonian threading or something like that. Uh, or like maybe they like made them and or she was inspired. I don't know, but it's definitely intriguing how they kind of look more like generic alien, yet that fabric, quote unquote, does not look Earth made. So yeah.
Yeah. I will say, like, the designs of the Kryptonian costumes and Man of Steel, definitely they put a lot more thought into it, which they showed us a lot more Krypton in that movie too. So yeah, the aesthetic, I still love what they did with that, especially explaining the history of Kryptonian culture and how they expanded to other planets before they all died away and stuff like that. But yeah, it is too soon to tell. No one's seen a trailer. Just one scene doesn't mean an entire movie is going to be bad. Exactly. And I don't think that what we saw from Supergirl in this movie was bad at all. I was just trying to figure out, like, does this mean she's already been out partying for her birthday, which is what her movie's about, or is it before she goes out? Because it seemed like she had already,
I
had
feel
a
like she
pretty
does this
wild weekend.
habitually, and then
Yeah,
another time where she goes out is when it happens. I have a feeling that Supergirl, like the movie, happens after this.
yeah. It will be yeah, Frankie, I don't know, maybe that's a decision as far as the costume goes, but Jor-El, like, it would have seemed more, I guess, comic accurate, but James Gunn definitely did lean into some of the other previous, movie iterations for reference as well as the comics. And clearly, I think the white fits better with the aesthetic of the Fortress of Solitude. Yeah, and we'll talk about more Supergirl in the weeks and more, months and years to come. Um, yeah, there was a lot more the logic of the world that they were creating explained and just inherently there in Man of Steel than we got here. So that is one of my critiques, that I think they could have done more on that front. But clearly, James Gunn has got like a whole cinematic universe's worth of stories to tell. So I'm sure over time they will do that. I liked. What did you think about Supergirl's overall appearance and debut in the movie? We only got her for like a half a scene, but it was
Yeah,
enough to kind of get a sense of who this character is, and it lines up with what James Gunn and Peter Safran have been saying for a couple of years now. So
yeah. I mean, I'm on the fence, but it could be interesting. I mean, I'm curious with how the movie will turn out, but I don't have like high expectations for it.
yeah. And let's see, Pacerland asking or saying, I think they ramp up the marketing way more than Superman. Appearance of Lobo will help. Millie looks great though. So yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be probably a similar approach. Clearly, you can see the playbook is there. And with a star like Jason Momoa available to them, I think they'll be able to market the heck out of the movie. And Millie Alcock like might be an even bigger star by the time the movie comes out. By the way, we did have an interesting question come up earlier. Um, from, let's see, I think it was Nico was asking this. I don't know if I were able to save it. Okay, Nico was asking, which is your favorite live action Superman suit? Mine is BVS suit. John, quick answer.
They all suck.
I prefer the Man of Steel suit probably the most.
If
I
I
think
had
that's
to
my
say,
favorite one.
I would say the canceled Nicolas Cage suit. That is my like.
That was a
Genuinely,
pretty
that is
good
my.
suit.
That is like
But
what I
the
want
one
to
with
see
the
in a
thong,
Superman
or
suit.
I don't know which version you're talking about. The one with
The one that, unfortunately, outside of the thong, it's good. Like the thong looks a little dumb, but like I will say, I love the coloring. I like the look. I like the logo. It just looks perfect.
Yeah. Yep. All right, let's get back to talking about more Superman then, shall we? Let me see if I can switch this back over. Boom. It looks like they did this Food Network UK crossover where Nicholas Holt was assigned the incredibly challenging task of teaching tea etiquette David Cornsweet and Rachel Brosnahan. And you could tell they had a whole hell of a lot of fun. A good tea party, though, John. Have you ever done one of these? Like, have you ever been? There's like restaurants out there you can go and just they'll give you they'll literally bring you out like that. What would you call that thing of all the crumpets and cookies and stuff, and you can pour out your own tea. There's different options. I personally prefer the rose tea, and it's actually quite filling. I mean, they have both savory and sweet treats for you. So I beg your
Very
pardon,
cute.
John. Have you tried this? This was great. It looks great, and I've had the experience of going to one of the places that actually you can go and have this experience yourself. and I would like to do it again sometime. Actually, it is so British, absolutely, because Nicholas Hoult is British, so it makes sense. All right,
Very cute.
let's keep on going, shall we?
This is for the
Soundtrack.
announcement for the soundtrack. Yes.
Again, John, I want to ask you, what did you think about the soundtrack? Haven't seen the movie twice. Is it growing on you? Have you listened to the soundtrack since you have seen the movie over the weekend?
I thought it was great. I thought it was genuinely fantastic. It's not as good as John Williams or Hans Zimmer, but I still felt it was a good succession of great scores in the Superman universe.
Yeah. That sounds good. I for one think that it's still inferior to the original Superman and Man of Steel score, but it's not bad at all. I think the Fantastic Four score is probably going to win the month of July ultimately, but it's still it's a great reinvention without completely starting from scratch, and I think that on that front. Yeah, David Fleming and John Murphy did a great job. I would personally, if we see a Superman sequel, like a direct Superman 2, I would like for them to bring in somebody like a Michael Giacchino, somebody who's really mastered like the instrument, different kind of set of instrumentation, just the language of cinematic music and soundtrack. I think you have better options out there. So I do hope to go in a different direction, not necessarily in the sound of Superman, but maybe a better composer. But this was, for me, if I were to give it a rating, I would say 6 out of 10. There's some standout moments in the soundtrack. I just thought overall I've heard better. But again, the other ones we're comparing it to are so iconic, it's kind of hard to compare this. Maybe over time it will grow on you. So yeah. Exactly, impossible shoes to fill. Like, you're never going to be able to beat, John Williams. But hey, David Cornsweet wants to be a Superman you can count on, and he's got quite the high bar to come across. And James Gunn, I think, given him probably one of the highest compliments any filmmaker can give you as an actor, saying, I think he's the biggest movie star in the world. I just don't think people know it yet. John, would you agree with that sentiment? Now, having seen all of these sides of David Cornsweet and everything that he's been, doing for the past month or so, he just seems genuinely like a good person outside of, playing Superman. It feels like he could be Clark Kent in real life. What do you think about David Cornsweet? Like the comment from James Gunn, just he's probably the biggest movie star in the world. People just don't know it yet. Do you think they'll get to know him a lot more in the years to come? Because not only Superman, he might be picking up other roles as well. He wants to do Star Wars. People were saying over the weekend he could be a good indie. Like, what do you think about David Cornsweet's star potential?
I think he could definitely be. I don't know if he's like the best or will be the world's greatest, but I think he definitely has the makings for greatness. Not the greatest, but I don't want to say the greatest because I don't want to put him on that high of a bar. I'll take tea over coffee. Like, tea, I can drink. I don't love it. I can drink it. Coffee is disgusting.
Because the thing is, I think that because to each their own. I personally, I don't drink much of either. I prefer energy drinks because I don't know, it just works better for me.
Because you hate your body.
I hate my body. I'm trying to get away from even these. I actually have gone for a lot longer periods of time recently than in the past, but I keep the green juice around for that. But anyway, so if I had to make a pick, I think I can drink tea more throughout the day and coffee only in specific times where I really need the energy. Because even unsweetened, I think tea tastes better to me than coffee does. The coffee also is a diuretic, so it's the whole thing of it makes me want to run to the bathroom a lot more easily than tea does. So it's not as strong. Caleb prefers tea. Nico says just water most of the time. That's also
the most
good.
sensible thing Bass Reeves has said fucking all stream. Like, goddamn.
I know they're not good for my health. I trust me. It's something that I don't do very often.
I'd rather be a woman than drink fucking coffee. If it's for men, then cool. I'd rather not be a dude because fuck that. The coffee, just because I don't drink disgusting fucking abhorrent, gross beverage like everybody else does. Hey, say what you will. Oh, I'm not a man for having a caffeine addiction. Okay, cool, great, congratulations. Oh, I can't survive
Well,
without like coffee. Oh, so manly, so manly.
I will say, Swag fan. I think, yeah, David Cornsweet so far hasn't done enough to necessarily be deemed like a big star. But again, I think that's what James Gunn is saying here. He is the biggest movie star in the world. The world that just doesn't know it yet, meaning that he has the potential to become one of those big names. Christopher Reeves was a great actor, but again, ultimately, he was never known for a ton outside of Superman, which we were talking about in the lead up to this movie coming out. David Cornsweet was posed that same question, and he answered that by saying, "Look, when I took on the role, I thought about that, and I was like, you know, if ultimately all I'm known for throughout my career is just Superman, then I'm okay with that." And so he has come to terms with that idea, which I think is, you know, terrific. See, I got there eventually, John, but like it's great to know that he is willing to be just known as somebody who was, you know, Superman. But I think he's going to be more than just known for Superman over time. It's just right now, obviously, this is the breakout role, which is a great place to start. To quickly, you know, bring in the indie thing, John, I think we need to do a Indiana Jones fan casting. Through maybe either we do it just as a fan casting or maybe as a tier list, because I do think David Cornsweet would be a great addition. Because PLO, regardless of whether you think, you know, Harrison Ford is the only one or not, Disney will reboot that franchise in a few years' time, and you just need somebody who has charisma for days, and I think David Cornsweet has that. Somebody who can be genuine but also has an edge to him. I think he checks those boxes. So yeah, I think he could play him well, and we would love to, you know, do a fan casting and bring in all the names, including Brendan Sklenar, which a lot of people thought could be good. There's a few other names I'm sure out there. Everybody's probably going to say, why am I forgetting his name right now? In the Running Man, Glenn Powell. He could be another one. So yeah. All right, let's keep on going. We're talking about coffee for too long, John. This was funny. Royal Court. Have you ever seen this before, John? David Cornsweet, of course, he's a Juilliard trained actor. He has a stage background. So this was funny if you watch it. He's like, "How dead am I?" She was like, "Am I like, you know, dead for days, for hours?" He's like, "You know, like an hour or something." He's like, he smashes his head on the table and passes out. I love that he's continued to highlight his Juilliard training, which there's a feature that we're going to get into later where he goes and meets his old teachers from college and high school. He talks about how one of the first people he wanted to tell when he got the role was his high school, you know, acting class teacher and his drama teacher. Like he was the last person he got to tell before it became public news, but he was the first one in Cornsweet's life who encouraged him to take acting seriously, even though he wasn't like going to a particularly prestigious school. So yeah, I'm so happy. Again, you're getting to see more sides of David Cornsweet, and especially in the social media world. I wonder what this would have been like if Christopher Reeve was Superman today, right? It's like they're doing this in a way that even Henry Cavill, I don't think, got to experience Superman. So I love it. Yep.
So stupid.
Coffee with honey and cream over sugar. You know what, Swag fan? That is exactly how I love my coffee too. So us two are in the same boat. This was great. Summer of Superman. They're showing off all the fans who went to see the movie and their reactions out of theater from their home studios, John. And you can see the overwhelmingly positive reaction. It just feels like the theme here is this Superman is the right Superman for the world we live in today. What did you think about these reactions?
I like the woman dressed as Booster Gold. That's pretty awesome.
She's like, Crypto, yeah. I love you. Somebody dressed as a robot. Did you see that?
Yeah, somebody dressed as Ford.
Oh my god, somebody put that together. Dang, that is fast.
Just from trailers alone, like shit.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, there's no Christopher Reeve slander here. We love Christopher Reeve. But John, this was probably the best thing. Might be the best thing we're going to talk about all night long, which is the Buddy Strong Academy, Superman just being Superman. Like, you know, they got to meet these kids and just this is the kind of thing that makes your heart smile, right? Like on a day when they're shooting the movie, David Cornsweet clearly probably like, you know, hour 8 into a 12-hour day, it comes out and, you know, still happy to just take photos and meet and greet just fans who want to, you know, see Superman and say hello. And we've seen him interact with kids. We've seen him, interact with here. Coach Britt's brother, Coach Cody, who's the one bringing Superman out. He worked on set, and he was like, "Yeah, why don't you guys come over and meet David Cornsweet? We got Superman right here." Like, what did you think about this?
I think this was cute as hell. It was very, very cute. So
this made my heart smile. It absolutely made my heart smile. Well, I think we
still have a couple more things.
We have a couple of more things. There we go.
Yes.
A few reviews that I picked out, John. So this one here from Migo from Versus saying Superman shows no shame in proving that kindness isn't weakness. It's what makes us human. What did you think about this review? Do you agree with this sentiment?
Superman. Yeah, no, I thought this is exactly. It's what makes us human. It's what, it's kindness is a-okay. It's cool. It's awesome. It's punk rock. Very appreciated. Yeah, and then you have all the fucking assholes just on the fucking, being assholes on the side here.
Yeah. Oh God. Okay. Sorry, man. I didn't even want to get into that. Let's keep on going to the next reaction. I thought this was also really cool. David Shelton posting from the Hopeful Nerd saying Superman is unapologetically good, unabashedly weird. The film is a sincere testimony that true power is kindness. And if that's odd in today's world, then so be it. Embrace this strangeness of empathy, because that's real punk rock. Speaking of punk rock, that's exactly why the song at the end credits, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am, that's been stuck in my head all day, because every single one of these reels is playing it. Superman plays it at the end of the movie. It's great. Love it. Let's keep on going. This I thought you would particularly enjoy, John, because somebody said that this is the Superman that the Iron Giant looked up to.
Hell,
I'm gonna let you celebrate.
Posting fucking Homelander and the fucking I'm so sick of this piece of shit. I'm so sick. I hate the boys. I hate Homelander. But I want to be kind. I want to be kind and be like, you can like what you like, but it's just it's so inherently toxic, and it's just why are you such a toxic human being? Why? It's just, it's so annoying.
But don't you appreciate that somebody else has the same perspective? This is the Superman that Iron
it's
Giant
pretty much known that the Iron Giant is a Superman movie without it being called a Superman movie.
Yeah.
So, good stuff.
Yep. Well, The Boys is about to come to an end. It's
thank God.
The 5th season. Yeah. No, well, the main show, but they have spin-offs. But anyway,
I know we got to do 10 more years of this.
Well, with that, guys, we're gonna thank you, Caleb. You tell them how you feel. I think that's actually a pretty good point as well. But John, we are not done yet. We have to talk about Superman box office. We've got more of the behind the scenes look at, especially day one, of what it was like for David Cornsweet to put on the suit and what that experience was like. So we will talk about that in a moment. But right now, what I'm going to do is we're going to switch over to talking about another property over at Warner Brothers that David Zaslav has prioritized. And that, of course, is Harry Potter. Harry Potter, you guys all know, basically, it was a multi-billion-dollar franchise that literally built, or partly built the house that is Warner Brothers today. But being the 9 movies, they made what, $8 or $10 billion, something odd like that. Now, John, they're making a TV show that is meant to literally be probably the most important TV show that Warner Brothers has ever produced in the history of the company. And they have brought in a whole cast of amazing young actors, as well as actors for the iconic roles that we all remember, including Snape, Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall and everybody else, the Malfoys. Today, we got our first look at the big kahuna himself, or rather the little kahuna right now. He'll grow into the big kahuna. That is, of course, Harry Potter himself. Where did it go? I thought you were pulling those up.
I thought those were part of Quick Hits. My bad.
No, you know what? I got him. I got him now. There we go.
No, okay. I got him.
You sure?
Sorry.
All right. Having some technical difficulties here, folks.
Whoops-a-daisies.
I set that up so well, and then I'm like, boom, there's nothing here. So Nico's looking forward to Harry Potter.
I'm stupid. It's fine. It's my fault. Me is dumb.
But John, we have our first look at Harry Potter himself. Playing in this new version of the franchise, the TV show rather than the movie, and they've brought him in. This kid, like Dominic McLaughlin, he's gonna be Harry
See
Potter.
the scar right there. There it is.
Yeah, I mean, can you zoom in on it a little bit? Because we're gonna get this kid in the role now for what, like the next, I don't know, decade. It's wild, and
it's so weird because it's like whenever I see Harry Potter, I see Daniel Radcliffe, so it's like hard for me to imagine. Like it just for me, I don't want to be mean to him, but it's like it just looks like another kid like doing like a cosplay, because it's just like I've had Daniel Radcliffe so entrenched in my brain for pretty much all of my life that it's hard for me to see like another kid play the role. So it's just like I can't see, like I can't register in my head that it's Harry Potter. It just looks like a kid wearing a costume or something. So I hate to sound mean. Obviously, I think he'll do a good job. Obviously, they picked him for a reason, but it's just like I can't, like, I'm just like, oh, that's just a kid playing. That's just a kid in a costume.
I will say he's
Harry Potter.
He's more accurate to the book in terms of the look, although the book is written word, but if you look at the covers throughout the years. But yes, I agree with you. It's going to be such a high bar to clear, and I don't think there's any.
And it's just a shame with all the
like
controversy.
one right
I want to watch the show.
Yeah,
I want it to be good. It's just, but like with J.K. Rowling being a bitch, and then like the showrunners being like, we're not going to follow the books, we're going to do our own thing, and then like some of the cast being kind of iffy. So I think it looks good. It's just like it's hard for me to like imagine like anybody else. So, but like in regards to he'll do a good job. I know he'll do a good job, and it looks like we get a look at the logo too, maybe, or unless that's only on the clapper. But
we have it. It's so coming out in 2027. They're gonna start rolling on this soon, and we got to look at it's basically the logo from the movies, right? Except I have a feeling that they will probably, I don't know if they're gonna do the subtitles for like what was the first one, the Philosopher's Stone, and the Chamber of Secrets was that second one?
Yeah.
And then why am I forgetting my Harry Potter movies, man? I grew up on this stuff.
So it's Philosopher's Stone, Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban, Goblet of Fire, Order of the Phoenix, Half-Blood Prince, Deathly Hallows.
Yep. And every season, like Frankie's saying, is going to be a book. And who knows, they might change their mind and make one season 2 books eventually, like they did with the movies. But I mean, look, PLO, I would say it depends. If you're willing to wait till 2027, maybe watch the TV show for the first time and then go and read the books. Because I still feel while the TV show is going to expand on a lot more of what the movies were not able to cover, because, in a 2.5-hour movie, how much can you actually go through versus spending an entire season's worth of episodes on the same story? It might still be a good idea to then, if you really enjoy the TV show, go read the book, because it will give you a more insight into the story, because it's still an adaptation. I'm sure they will still have things where they change like details here and there, like, with Denis Villeneuve and the Dune movies, they've changed up a lot of different things. It's like not the exact like book come to life. It's more so an adaptation. So this is still an adaptation. So I know everybody out there in the especially the fandom of the Wizarding world, they're all going to be worried about like, how is this going to be, do things the way it does it in the book, like word for word? I don't think so. But I
Obviously,
also like that
there's
this
like
is
some
still
things to like
pretty
do
essentially
differently, but
Superman.
I wish it was a little bit more accurate.
Yeah.
Because the movie you can only include so much, but like this is like you have so much to cover that it's just like, give us a little bit more of the books rather than just like, completely doing something new and completely doing their own thing. It's like, all right, that's not what people want to see.
I mean, and The Boy Who Lived, Mark Mylod is directing the episodes. Adriana Goldman is the DOP, the director of photography. PLO, same here, right? Because it's also Alan Rickman wasn't exactly the most book accurate version anyway. And whenever somebody says to me like, oh, they cast a black actor to play Professor Snape, I'm like, look, did you have a problem when Sam Jackson showed up as Nick Fury? Because every iteration up until that point in the comics was a white dude in the comics.
Except
and guess
the Ultimate Line, which is what Sam Jackson was based off of.
Don't give a shit. But like I'm saying, like they basically made the mainline Nick Fury in the comics look like Sam Jackson, after he popularized the role in the mainstream, right? So I'm just saying it's gonna be fine. Harry Potter gonna be a punk rocker, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Stop whining in Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, I can't do it. Sorry, my voice. Yeah, you're fired. That's actually easier to do. Ron is a metalhead. Yeah, they also did cast Neville Longbottom and Dudley Dursley. John, I don't know if you read into that news because two other characters that we'll get to see probably quite a bit of. Rory Vilmot is going to be playing Neville Longbottom. Amos Kitson is going to be Dudley Dursley, so he's the kid that Harry Potter has to grow in the shadow of at the Dursley's house on Privet Drive, was it? Louise Brealey is going to be playing Madame Rolanda Hooch, quite the name, and Anton Lesser is playing. Anton Lesser actually sounds very familiar as Garrick Ollivander. Where have I seen Anton Lesser before? I'm gonna look him up. Oh yeah, dude, he was in Andor. He was like one of the security, the ISB officers who offs him. Spoiler alert: who offs himself at the end of Andor season 2. But yeah, I mean, Frankie G saying each season will have 8 to 10 hours to work with compared to 2 to 3 hours in the movies. Exactly. So they'll have a lot more time on screen to make this work. And quite frankly, that's, I think, was going to be ultimately their strength. They can really develop some aspects of the story that they couldn't really explore, some B and C plot things that the movies couldn't quite cover because obviously, they didn't have enough time. And they had to make some changes, take some creative liberties. Here, they have a lot more time, but like I said, they will still probably do some adaptation work. Yeah, exactly. The kids do grow up fast. You know what, Nico? To that point, I think, John, we talked about this a while ago, where at the Warner Brothers Leavesden set, they've been building all these new sound stages and expanding things, and they're building Privet Drive, and it looks like they pretty much are building a whole town. But in addition to that, they're building an actual freaking school there because these kids who still obviously need to go to school, they're gonna get to stay on the studio lot, basically almost like they're living in a boarding school or like on an army base where they go work at the sound stages. They probably have other spaces to hang out. Then there's a school on the property, and I'm sure they'll have places to stay and sleep and live. It's kind of crazy the amount of money they're investing in this, Sean. How much does Harry Potter need to succeed? Because we have talked about how Superman and DC are, the crown jewel of Warner Brothers Discovery. They've really put a huge amount of money into marketing for the movie because the future of the company, relies on DC being, at its full potential. But also Harry Potter, you can argue, is potentially as big, if not even a bigger franchise. Like Potterheads out there, the Wizarding World might even be bigger in terms of just overall value right now than even DC is, at least in the mainstream perception. How much do you think Harry Potter will matter? Like, how much does this show need to actually be good, especially because of all the upfront capital investments they're making? The idea that they can't change lanes. Like they've cast these kids, and unless something really dramatic happens, you're stuck with the cash you've got for the next 10 years. Like how much does this matter to the bottom line of the company?
I mean, I do hope it is successful in the way of just separating the art from the artist and that kind of thing. I hope that I think it's just gonna be all steam ahead, even if stuff fails or kind of sucks. They're like, well, we got a 10-year contract, so keep it going. Let's go. So I think that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting. It's just it's gonna be full steam ahead, and no matter what, it's gonna unless it does that badly in season 1, which I don't think it will. I have a strong feeling that it's just gonna be full steam ahead. Could be kind of mid, but they'll be like, nope, we're gonna continue this on for many, many, many years.
Yeah. Steven saying, I imagine, Dan, you dressed like Harry Potter as a kid for Halloween, right? I don't know if I did. I don't think I ever dressed as Harry Potter. I don't know, John. Did you dress as any of the characters from the Harry Potter franchise? I wanted to.
I did. I dressed up as Harry Potter when I went to the midnight screening for Deathly Hallows. It got in the newspaper, actually. It got in
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I gotta find that photo for us.
We have it somewhere. Knowing my dad, he probably threw it out, but it's somewhere.
Ouch.
It's I forget what forget what I forget what newspaper it was, but yeah, I did get in like, oh, it's like, oh, fans going to see Harry Potter, and there I was, my fat ass. Because the thing is, I didn't wear glasses at that point, so I made them out of like paper.
Oh, really? Okay. Did you color them black like the?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
Nice.
I
want to see these photos.
I got a tie. I had an official pretty sure I had an official tie.
Like the one in the photo there, like that one?
Well, the one in the original movies.
Oh,
I'm pretty
right,
sure.
okay.
And then I have a wand somewhere in my room. I don't know where. It might be in my drawer, but I have a Harry Potter wand. And then I didn't have like a cloak or anything. I didn't have one of those like cool cloaks. So I just wore like an Oxford shirt and like pants and like nice shoes. And yeah, I dressed up as, and then I think obviously I had to draw the, thing on my head, the scar. So
nice. All right. Well, that's all the Harry Potter. I mean, look, Harry Potter, obviously they're moving forward with this really quickly. That slate in that image indicates they had started production. So that's great. I mean, they're moving forward and full steam ahead. We just have to wait and see how good it turns out to be. They can start releasing the show in 2027. So, it may seem like it's far away, but really it will sneak up on us, I'm sure. So before we move on, though, I wanted to bring in Angelica and her opinion on Superman, because she had been waiting to go see it. And I don't know, Angelica, if this is the first time you went and saw it, or if you saw it over the weekend already. But since you were just coming into the show now, and it looks like you love Superman. Saw a lot of the kids in the theaters, thought it was a children's party. I went to, yeah. Did you get a chance to go see it with other friends and family, or did you go see it by yourself? Because I know that when we were doing the spoiler review yesterday, and then also on Friday, you were waiting to go see it still. But I'm glad that you were able to enjoy the movie, because Superman, of course, still the biggest openings, third biggest opening of the year, and we'll talk more about that coming up. Dude, ninjas and Power Rangers. I love Power Rangers growing up. I still my text tone on my phone is, when Zordon calls, it was like, tin, 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 tin. It's like, if you keep the tone on, I always see heads turn. They're like, whose phone did that? Like whenever my text message tone goes off, it's always fun. But all right, John, let's move into the next thing, because we do have to get to the quick hits, and then we can get into talking about Superman's box office. I know you guys are very excited to discuss that, but we do have some quicker news to get into first. Speaking of which, let's hit that Bossa Nova elevator music, John. Let's dive into it, shall we? Jennifer Love Hewitt teases the jaw-dropping ending of the new I Know What You Did Last Summer, admitting she was hesitant to return to the franchise 28 years after the original, and also weighs in on an internet legend that the film's iconic line was conceived by a kid visiting the set. Interested?
No.
Cool. Me neither. We'll see how it does. And speaking of other movies coming out this upcoming weekend, Smurfs apparently is a Rihanna passion project. And she was pursuing it. Like, she really went after it. She was like, I need to make this happen. I'm having kids. They're going to one day grow up and hear her mommy's voice as one of the Smurfettes. Are you more excited hearing that Rihanna really put all of her time and effort into it?
It makes it even worse that it's some bullshit celebrity passion project. Like, it's like, I really want to do this. It's like, cool. Okay. Now you're dragging the name of Smurfs down further than it already was. Fuck you, Rihanna.
Rihanna. Okay. Clark and Lewis's mid-air kiss in Superman was censored in India, according to the Bollywood Hungama outlet. I've actually, they do a great job. I've followed Bollywood Hungama over the years, so definitely, good reporting there. But they're saying it was cut because it was considered too sensual. John, what about this was too sensual in a modern day Superman, where, quite frankly, I've just moved past it. There we go. I'm like, we have seen a lot worse in modern day Bollywood. I personally watch a lot of Bollywood myself, so I know, like, this is very PG compared to some of the Bollywood we get today. Exactly, Swag Fan. I don't get it either, John. What do you think?
India being dumb. No offense, but like,
of all the places, you never hear India being the place where something is censored, right? Like, if it would make sense if this was somewhere in the Middle East.
It was like Saudi Arabia. Oh my God, you see your ankles? Censor it, like. But it's like, no, this is India, and they're like Bollywood. They have like fucking like straight on like softcore sex scenes in those movies. So it's like, The fuck is this? That makes no sense.
Nope, don't get it. I don't get it. But apparently in India they censored it because it was too sensual, which okay. Fantastic Four star Julia Garner says she's gonna still do my job amid backlash to Silver Surfer gender swap. Again, it's not the same character, right, John? This is a different.
It's not like
Surfer.
it's not Norrin Rad. It's literally
Yes.
I forget the name of the character, but there is precedent for a female Silver Surfer. She was the main Silver Surfer in the Marvel's comic book line.
Yeah.
Then like fucking podunk Smurfs is gonna fucking beat Superman. Like, what drugs are you on? Like, Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's clear that it's just people who don't know anything about comics or anything. Like, people are like, oh, they gender swapped the Hulk when She-Hulk was announced. It's like, no, you're just dumb. It's like, you just don't know anything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, this is just like, it's a shame because I would have liked to see Norrin Rad because the only other live action portrayal was in a not so great movie. So if this movie's good, I would have liked to have seen him in like a good movie, and then maybe like he dies in this movie, but Galactus doesn't stay dead. And he's like, I need a new harbinger of chaos. This chick, like, that could have been interesting. But I don't hate that she's the character. I don't hate. It's just like the slicked back hair looks kind of weird, but outside of that, she looks good. So yeah.
Swag fan agrees with you. PLO clearly doesn't. By the way, I think say Lois. Did I say Lois? I don't know. I might have chewed up my words. Clark and Lois Enterprising. That's what I meant to say. PLO saying I wanted Norrin Rad. I'm a big Silver Surfer fan. Yeah, well, maybe we'll get him eventually. This may not be the only Silver Surfer we see in the MCU. So I don't think Angelica that Smurfs will take over the #1 spot. There's no way. Superman is gonna wipe the floor with every movie that comes, every new movie, all three of the big ones coming out this weekend. But you know what? I think Julia Garner's having quite the year for herself. She's been in multiple big franchises already, and hopefully Fantastic Four is good. If not, fantastic. Spider-Man Brand New Day. Stars spotted in Scotland. Tom Holland teases massive set piece on the streets of Glasgow. I'm sure Fiona will be happy to hear this, as well as her mom, who grew up in Glasgow herself. So you can see here that Tom Holland and I are currently in Scotland, in Glasgow specifically, and Tom Holland talking about what they're about to film out there, saying we were really restricted with what we could do in the last movie because of COVID. Now we're really going to lean into that old school filmmaking and shoot in real locations. We're going to use the streets of Glasgow for this massive set piece that we are putting together. It's going to feel like a breath of fresh air. Fans are going to be over the moon with what we're putting together. He really said that, look, it is a fresh start. And so you're really going to feel that they're doing something different here. Destin Daniel Cretton, the director of the movie, has been saying that, they're just nerding out over the suit, how to swing, how to create an event, an emotional story, and a ride that we really haven't seen before. What do you think about these comments overall? Are you excited, any more excited for this? Because especially now, John, this will be the last movie before Doomsday comes out next December. Do you think they moved it around even to maybe potentially include an RDJ cameo in this movie? Because I'm like, it would make sense, considering Peter Parker's relationship with Iron Man. I mean, what do you think about the Spider-Man Brand New Day and the fact that they're shooting more on location as well?
I think that's cool. I'm a little nervous on Zendaya being in the movie because she shouldn't know who Peter is. So I hope it's like kind of like a.
She's meant to have a really small role, right?
Yeah, I hope that like the role stays small and she's just kind of there for like a little bit, like, like Peter like maybe is like seeing her from afar and he's like, I can't intervene. I'm the Watcher. I can't intervene. Because he's like, I have to push people away to keep them safe and blah blah blah. So
blah blah.
I just hope it remains small and that's it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you there. Let's keep the ball rolling. We do have, I'm sure we're going to be talking more about Spider-Man in the coming days. I actually saved a couple of things. But speaking of Spider-Man, former or maybe still super. To come in the Avengers Secret Wars Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield has officially boarded Luca Guadagnino's Artificial at Amazon MGM. This I thought was interesting. One of, I don't know, like a million movies that Luca's working on. So it looks and sounds fun. John, what do you think about Andrew Garfield working together with Luca Guadagnino?
Cool.
Cool. All right. Yeah, I think a lot of us are always
Same.
interested and invested, regardless of whether it's good or bad. I mean, and most Spider-Man we have gotten have been pretty damn good. So, anyway, let's keep on going. Saturday Night Live, SNL. I thought I was like kind of dreaming about this when I first saw this article. I'm like, wait a second. I did a spit take. SNL has a VFX crew. You wouldn't be able to tell based on the fact that it's meant to be like a live show, but I get it. They do a lot more stuff, digitally and stuff that is shot ahead of time now. But the VFX workers over at SNL, they just ratified their first union contract via IATSE. Of course, we heard a long time ago that the VFX artists in-house at Marvel also did something similar. I think this was a year or two ago. So it seems like across the board, more VFX workers are now, joining up with unions. In this case, IATSE, one of the biggest unions in the game. John, are you happy to see this happen? That hopefully they'll have better working conditions. I'm sure there were some things not working for them that led to this decision to even unionize in the first place.
Yeah. I hope that they get the proper stuff they need to continue, and that everything is going to be okay from here on out. Hopefully.
That's what we hope for. That's hope. What did they say in Andor? Rebellions are built on hope. It looks like the VFX artists over at SNL rebelled, and then they're hoping for a better contract, which they got. Superman BTS featurette and photos spotlight David Cornsweet's first day on set as the Man of Steel. John, I think we went over some of this the other day, but Hollywood Authentic posted this clip of Superman literally the first day after, with this costume on for the first time. You could see David Cornsweet is having a fun time, and I remember listening to Nicholas Hoult talking about like he had a year-to-year grin just seeing Superman in the suit for the first time. It's like, okay, he's definitely the man. Like, he's got this down. And then here he's talking with one of his old drama teachers, or acting class teachers over at Juilliard. Happy to see Superman and happy to see David Cornsweet, perhaps one and the same. So, John, your reaction to this, again, more insight into David Cornsweet's process. You could also see here that the suit, they had to kind of adjust and adapt, because I remember watching the GQ interview, and he was talking about the first time they tried to fit him in the suit, they'd taken the measurements off of his pre-workout, because he went into the gym for like 6 months. And then they realized, of course, he doesn't quite fit into the suit anymore because he's packed 40 pounds of muscle on. So, and here we were talking about the suit being too loose. What are your thoughts?
It's, God, that looks so fucking, the bulge looking, there it is, the bulge looking good. It's just like,
even in black and white, you can see it.
Yeah, it's just, it'd probably see it more because of the like shading and stuff. Yeah, but you're
not wrong.
But it's just great. It's like Zack Snyder sees the shade. He's like, yeah, this looks like the Superman movie I want to see. Just dull, depressing, and lifeless. Anyway, so it still looks cool, but like, it's just like I will say it looks cool, and just like it shows that like, I think the whole fucking the suit's loose. It just looked awkward.
There it is. That's the shot. Yep. Thank you. Good question from Frankie though, or he's just wondering. I wonder how Henry Cavill would have done with this type of Superman. John, do you think Henry Cavill would have been a good fit for this movie? Let's say you rewind back 12 years and James Gunn is making a Superman movie. Would you have cast Henry Cavill for this particular iteration?
I think it could have worked.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people have been saying like he's not quite a good enough actor. I think he can pull it off. And we did get to see a brighter side of Superman when we got to the Justice League, the Zack Snyder version especially, where he's like, I'm not impressed. You see Henry Cavill Superman smiling, and you get to see a more human side of him, which I think here you're getting to see that from the beginning, which is also great. So, yeah. And again, I feel like one of the things that was kind of different between Man of Steel and this is Man of Steel is he's literally becoming Superman for the first time in front of our eyes when we watch the movie. This Superman, again, spoiler warning, starts out as a year 3 Superman. He's already had some big fights. He's already driven Lex Luthor crazy, and to the point that he's cloned him, into Ultraman. Whereas Man of Steel, and all the way to when Superman dies in BVS and comes back to life, that was all in the course of what, like a couple of years? I forget the timeline, but I feel like Henry Cavill, we never got to see a 3-4 year version of Henry Cavill Superman. So I don't know. Maybe that leaves room open for this Superman to have a darker origin. Hello, Watcher. And M2G is also in the chat. Hello to both of y'all. Just saw Superman in 3D on the second largest IMAX in the nation, Metreon. That is awesome, man. M2G. Is that in LA? You gotta let or New York. Like where is that? You gotta give us more details because that is awesome, man. I want to see if I can get myself out to the Lincoln Square one in New York and maybe get a chance to see it there. Both of you guys were in the chat yesterday on the spoiler review. Thank you for joining in on that conversation. Swag fan saying Henry said he wanted to do a brighter Superman. I think you'd pull it off, but the cultists wouldn't like it. Yeah, well, the cultists will eventually turn on even David Ayer when he was like, I think James Gunn is doing a good job, and they were like, no sir, you are out of the good graces of the Snyder cult. So okay, so MTG saying IMAX 3D is better than Real D 3D by far. I think so too. I've seen IMAX 3D. It's a better experience overall. Real D 3D kind of made me a little sick one time, so I don't know. What was it? The Ungentlemanly Warfare. What was the League of Frankie. I thought he wasn't good in that. He basically played Ian Fleming, right? His character is based on the creator of James Bond. Loosely.
He was Ian Fleming based James Bond off of him and Christopher Lee.
Yeah. We actually had that's a great point. By the way, I did put up a poll in yesterday's live show. How many times have you seen Superman? I think the highest option was more than 3 times. And like almost a quarter of you guys selected that one. I don't know how many times the Watcher has seen it now because the last we checked.
Dan, this is going to flop.
4 times.
It's going to flop.
I don't know.
It's terrible.
I don't know, John. I don't know. But it looks like MTG went to see in an IMAX in San Francisco. I was in San Francisco. I was in the Bay Area last year. I got not COVID A. I got flu A, which is really bad. It was there for a wedding, but maybe when I get back out there, I'll go check it out. Okay, so it's actually a little bit smaller than the one in Lincoln Square. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go check out at least F1 if it cuts back in those IMAX screens. That was good. Certainly the Odyssey. Those will be sold out, I'm sure. But yeah, there we go. Wallets closed for Caleb. I'm sure you're being facetious. But I'm sure you're gonna have your wallets closed for this because I don't know how many of you guys are fans of either Law and Order SVU or FBI, because the alumni of one show, SVU Juliana Aiden Martinez, is now moving over to FBI as a series regular. Do you care for it, John?
Nope.
Cool. Moving on. Madeline McGraw, which I think you saw in the Black Phone, right? Madeline McGraw is now set to star in the coming-of-age thriller Super Unknown. Speaking of super things.
She's going to be in Black Phone 2, I think, as well.
Yeah. Is this a project that you would be interested in watching based on seeing her in those other 2 movies?
Maybe see a trailer first.
Well, it's closed, motherfucker. And yeah, Sam Jackson voice. Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano's rematch nabbed 6 million global viewers on Netflix. John, did you get a chance to check this out?
You would have told me this headline without the picture. I'm like, I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I don't know who those people are. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're playing. Congratulations. I don't care.
Yeah. Cool. I heard about it. And yeah, I'm not surprised. It's definitely was one of the big, news stories over the weekend for sports fans, or at least combat sports. Dude, AMC A-List MTG is amazing. The fact you've seen it 5 times, I envy you, man. I'm trying to get out there to see it a second time. PLO doesn't seem interested in seeing it until it comes out on HBO Max. But PLO, if you're not, that's okay. Go watch F1. It's another great movie. Go to the movies. Don't wait till they come out and on streaming. Go to the movies. Support your movie theater. Marvel going to go dark, make a lot of money, then DC is going to try and keep up. I don't know if that's DC's modus operandi, and I don't think either of them are trying to copy each other. But John, who knew? Remember this set of photos? It was like a reel where they were like the Superman crew, strike a pose, and we were like, "What's the logic behind some of this?" I was like, "Why is Jimmy Olsen holding on to Miss Tessbacher with what Lex is doing in the background?" Turns out, who knew? These were Superman spoilers. Were you surprised? Because I'm like, somebody's calling this out.
I don't remember seeing this reel though. I don't remember.
You don't remember? Do you
I
remember
don't think
it?
so.
Oh my god, hold on. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I don't remember this. I mean, dude, we've watched so many Instagram reels and videos that it all blurs together. So maybe I
Right
did,
there.
but like,
See, I found it. Wait for it. See now, Jimmy up there. Okay, that explains that. And then this. just watch it again. Just watch for it.
I love David hugging Anthony.
At least there's the engineer and Lois, and then eventually, Miss Tessmacher. Yep.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Maybe this is one we just didn't do because I don't remember seeing it. Okay, congratulations, everybody in my family wanted to see Superman. I can fucking cherry pick too, like Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, but yeah, I love the fact that it was technically spoilers.
Yep.
And
Jimmy Buckets.
Don't fuck with Riz Olsen.
Jimmy Buckets. That's true. We need some serious merch with like Jimmy Got Game or Jimmy Buckets. It's forget
more like Jimmy Fuck It. Am I right?
Okay, if you sure, why not? I can't. I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna respond to that. Let's keep on going here. Project Runway, season 21. Wow, season 21. I didn't know the show was going on for that long, but they just broke some records with their new trailer for season 21 of Project Runway. John, I think this is on Hulu, and obviously it's by virtue of being owned by Disney. Would you be watching this? I think they're bringing Heidi Klum back to the show for the first time in a few years.
I didn't even know this was still on. I thought this got canceled like 20 years ago.
Cool. Well, apparently it's been going on for 21 years, or will be. But hey, South Park, remember we've been following how South Park's creators hate Paramount and they're having this contract dispute and all that. Well, it turns out because they weren't able to figure something out in terms of a deal, they passed a deadline, and now because the streaming deal has lapsed, South Park fans outside of the US, they don't have the ability to see it on Paramount Plus anymore. So I'm sure they're not happy, but this is literally now, was it weeks away from season 27 coming out? Are you surprised this is where we ended up?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but it's unfortunate, I mean, to be fair, she had like fucking 6-inch heels in that damn movie. So yeah.
Even then, I think she's got a few inches on Jimmy there, but
well, he has a few inches in her after that movie is over, so it's all good.
I shouldn't have set you up that easily. I knew that's where that would go. I knew
you
that's
set me up too perfectly.
I set you up so well. This is what you get.
Sounds like the most bullshit excuse I could possibly.
So basically, Ncuti Gatwa, who just stepped away as Doctor Who after a couple of seasons, apparently he said he quit the Troubled series because he was getting old. 32. John, go ahead. Just
William Hartnell was literally dying and joined the show when he was over the age of 50. Patrick Troughton, John Pertwee, Tom Baker, they were all in their 40s or 50s. Same with Colin Baker and Sylvester McCoy. They were Peter Davison was the outlier. He was 30. He was the youngest Doctor at that point that was cast. He was 30 years old when they cast him. So and then now I think Matt Smith became the youngest.
Mm-hmm.
He was I think Ncuti was now the second youngest when he was cast. But Matt Smith I think was 26 when he was cast.
That's a long time ago. Damn.
So yeah, I think this is either it's a bullshit excuse in two ways. One, it's either an excuse he has to give. Maybe he had a fall, similar to Christopher Eccleston. He had a falling out with Russell T Davies and wanted to get out. Maybe it was because of the stuff with Disney, and he can't say that because Disney still technically owns the show, owns part of the show, so he can't say anything in regards to that. So, or it's a bullshit excuse in terms of it's bullshit that he's getting old and he's barely gone into his 30s, while literally 90% of doctors became doctors well into their 40s or even 50s So it's just like, yeah, I think if that's the case, it's stupid. But I think personally, I'd like to believe that he has to like kind of give a BS excuse because Disney owns the show and he, and he can't say anything NDA or just like out of respect because he respects Doctor Who, and he can't say anything bad about Disney because it's already on thin ice, and like maybe Disney is getting ready to drop it. I don't know, but I think this is just him being like giving off like a fake excuse because he has to, because of like dodgy business stuff, because with how it is at this point. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Exactly. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt for now. Exactly. I'm with Enterprising. I don't buy it. I think this is just him. Like, I bet like 5 years down the line, if Disney no longer owns it and all that shit, he's like, okay, the real reason why was because of this reason. And he has to say this for now. Or he got fired. Or Frankie G saying, or he got fired. But I think it was because the thing is they had to reshoot that ending. So I don't think like why would they reshoot that ending so quickly if he got fired? Like there was that. Yep.
No, I mean it's gonna ultimately come down to probably when you find out what happened, I don't know, in a book years down the road, is just corporate overlords probably interfering where they shouldn't have too much. And we'll just have to wait and see when we get another Doctor Who, though. It looks like we're in a bit of a hiatus. Speaking of which, streaming ratings, John. Bluey reigns continue at the very top of the streaming charts for the first half of 2025. Squid Game's leading the originals chart. This is kind of interesting because it goes to show you what is still the most popular thing people are overall watching. January through June of this year, people are watching Bluey the most. And then Grey's Anatomy, NCIS, Family Guy, Bob's Burgers, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Big Bang Theory, they're the rookie. It's not until you get to number 9 that you get a streaming original. Like everything else, I mean, and even below that is Law & Order SVU. And then you at 11 you have Reacher. Are you surprised that so much of the top 10, 9 out of top 10 most watched things on streaming are still like what are basically the first air on cable or network television before they get to streaming? It's kind of wild. I mean, yeah, I guess streaming hasn't quite caught on. Well, at least streaming originals haven't quite completely replaced cable and other titles. As far as original series go, I just finished season 3 of Squid Game. Reacher, I'm still waiting to watch. Actually, I don't know why I'm waiting. I should just go through it. I'll just binge it in one day. The Night Agent, can't wait for the next season. Ginny and Georgia, I think Fiona loves that, and she was excited for the 3rd season. Severance, we're talking about Emmy nominees. They're probably gonna sweep a lot of the big ones. 1923, a lot of fans watch that. The Pit, talk about that. Your parents love that show. That comes out with a 2nd season next year. They've already been filming it. The Handmaid's Tale just finishing his final season. Final season. Landman already got renewed for another season. Yeah, boomers haven't quite gone away yet. So there you go. Frank. I mean, did you not watch the Squid Game though? I feel like you might have seen that. But anyway, yeah, Absolute Cinema. Well, speaking of Absolute Cinema, we're done with the quick hits because we got to get back to talking about Super. See what I did there? With that, though, guys, let us know in the comments what you thought about all the news that we got into today. We're not done yet, but make sure to hit the like button if you're still watching, and hit subscribe if you're new. We've got like a ton of new fans joining in over the Superman weekend, but the Summer of Superman isn't done yet because, of course, we still have a lot more to talk about. So, as per always, we're going to switch gears back over to talking about Superman. I know Bass was asking, when are you going to talk about the box office? Well, here you go, Bass. Now we're get into that. Ain't no time for no more messing around. So let's hit that DCU Daily intro, and then we'll dive into some more Superman talk.
It's another project that's been blessed from the beginning.
There's the shot right there. That.
Okay, we don't need to see chorus.
Right there.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Now you want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts.
Here we go.
Victory mine. Ask me how am I doing? I'm telling you really I'm doing sublime. I never wait in the stewardess line. I just go do it. I'm moving my time. Really had nothing to do with it. How am I moving? I'm moving like you want to shine. Follow my lead. Don't listen to lies. I had to put me
Well, welcome on into another episode of DCU Daily. Of course, you've already been watching the show live. You know, we talked a lot about Superman at the very top, but now we're getting to DCU Daily proper. So we got a lot to get into. We already did a lot of the promotional stuff. That's the marketing blitz still is going on, but you know, it's finally DC time. So hit that like button if you're here watching. And of course, without further ado, I'm going to bring in John. What are you most excited to talk about? Of course, we do have beyond Superman some Clayface news, the future of the DCU. What's most exciting for you right now?
I think it's looking good with I'm excited to talk about Clayface because you know, me being a horror fan right there. So, you know, I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. Speaking of which, I wanted to bring in a couple of comments before we move on. Bass is saying, be honest, Gunn fans don't do well with facts. I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's well, super fans of anything, you know, it's that confirmation bias, right? Like we're all prone to it. Let's get nuts. Yes, absolutely. That's because Michael Keaton, of course, he'll tell you he's still Batman. He's certainly willing to. I would love to see like. I don't even know if they do an SNL sketch like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Arnold and Michael Keaton, even though they never were in the same movie. But certainly you had why am I forgetting his name right now? The Penguin from Batman Returns.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito. I was thinking of Danny Elfman. Like, no, it's Danny something. It's late. It's late in the day, man. I'm sure Caleb's being facetious with that box office number. The Watcher saying, in this day and age, at the box office, 200 million is very good. Opening for most films. Most movies do open to around 90 to 110. I think you guys are talking a worldwide number, by the way. So 220 is very good for Superman. It's a great start. Yes, we're gonna get into that. But before we do, one of you guys who watches the show, I don't know if you're watching us live because I can't tell. You guys might have different usernames and other social media platforms. Like this is on Threads. Apeshit Musings messaged us on Threads talking about he put together this whole chart, which I think was fantastic. So I
love that name, Apeshit Musings.
Apeshit Musings. It's an amazing name, and I was like, we're gonna have to talk about this on the show today. He put together a list of the many projects that DC already has in the works. Everything he's talking about here has either been talked about, confirmed, or is in the works, including like a season 2 for Creature Commandos. Obviously, that's something that wasn't on the original slate, but because of how good the first season was, they're like, yeah, we're bringing it back. John, these are just chapter 1 Gods and Monsters shows and movies. You have Creature Commandos season 1 and 2. Superman just came out. Peacemaker season 2 is coming out soon, weeks away. Lanterns meant to come out like early 2026. Then you get into Supergirl in June, and then you have Clayface coming out later the next year, which they're about to get into. You know they're completing the script soon, but that's not currently ready to go into production, but it is on the way. James Gunn has talked about it multiple times. Crypto, of the many spinoffs they've talked about potentially with Jimmy Olsen or Mr. Terrific, we know Crypto is getting his own animated limited series, so I'm particularly excited about that. That's probably going to be part of our next editorial video we do, like we did the one for this past week with Superman. The Authority supposedly is not completely dead yet, so they still have it somewhere. It's just moving really slowly, if you ask James Gunn. Swamp Thing, they're waiting on James Mangold to free up. Paradise Lost, another project that's going slow, but they are saying that's different from the Wonder Woman movie that they're writing, which it looks like that's being more fast-tracked, whereas the Paradise Lost show might take a little longer to come out. Blue Beetle, of course. So far, we know there's an animated show, but I mean, the way Sholo Meridiani talks about it, it seems like eventually we're going to get to see him maybe in the Booster Gold show. And we had Kumail Nanjiani on the red carpet for Superman's LA premiere, and he's been showing up in all the right places. And we kept talking about that for Mike Flanagan until we realized, because he was writing a movie for James Gunn with the new Clayface film. So we're all wondering, maybe Kumail Nanjiani is showing up everywhere because he's working on a project like Booster Gold. Sergeant Rock, even though it's delayed, James Gunn on one of the red carpet appearances for Superman promoting the movie said that, we are still working on Sergeant Rock. He was talking about how all these different projects that they're working on creates a diversity of movies and TV shows where they're not going to all look and sound the same. And he mentioned and name drop Sergeant Rock is still being in the works. That's confirmed that it's not dead. It's going to move forward potentially next summer. Teen Titans, John, I don't know where that script is, but given Ana Noguera's script for Supergirl was so terrific, maybe Teen Titans will still become a thing. And then Waller, I don't think James Gunn will ever give up on that. So these right here are, what is that, 15 projects? Oh no, 17 projects, including half of them roughly movies, half of them TV shows. Then you get into the animation side of things. All of these are Elseworld stories, but I mean, they've announced half of these within the last few months alone, including the superpower ones, the My Adventures with Green Lantern, My Adventures with Superman continuing, Creature Commando season 2 we talked about, the Cape Crusader show on Amazon Prime continuing on with season 2 and potentially more, Batman Azteca, Mr. Miracle, the most recently announced show, Starfire, Dynamic Duo, we know is coming out in a few years' time. Whether it's part of the DCU or not, we don't know. The Bat Family, that's also TBA. That's not connected to the DCU. The Metal Men, that's another one. And then you get into the Elseworld stories that are true Elseworld stories that will have that label. The Becks, the Batman epic crime saga. We know the script is complete for Matt Reeves' The Batman Part 2. Hopefully that goes into production later this year. The Penguin, maybe it will get a season 2. We'll have to see. Colin Farrell seems to think that depending on, if the sun is out or there's cloud cover, he may want to do it or may not want to do it. Sandman, we know, ends with season 2 this year on Netflix. So between all of these projects, where we are now, I just went through what was like definitely at least 24 plus projects across the DCU, the Elseworlds, and the animation world, where some things will be connected, others, most of them will not be. As a DC fan, are we eating good or what?
Bass Reeves. No!
Like, he said just about as much in the chat.
Yeah, fucking trolling like a bitch. Anyway,
yep. But Marco, yes, Sergeant Rock is still in the works. Very much confirmed. James
yeah,
confirmed it himself.
It's just like kind of on the back burner. Yeah. Luca Guadagnino has like 7 other projects in the meantime. So like he's got Artificial, he's got American Psycho.
Sorry.
God damn it. No, I think you're thinking of Omni Man. It's more like a pet.
It's so, you know what? Maybe that's why they cast Bradley Cooper in the role, because it's believable. But I don't know. Cool, thank you. Sorry, you were saying, John. I'm so lost right now.
I don't know. I don't even know what I was saying.
I can't wait for the Lantern show either. Oh my god.
I'm still still cautious.
I know, John, you did not like
Cape Crusader. Me and Bridget did a review last July, August. How much ass that sucked. So go watch that after we're done here.
The Last Gasp, Penguin season 2. Yep.
Hit the like button, like 1A, 1A, 1A.
Yep. There you go. Epic Crime Saga is a dumb name. Yeah, absolutely it is. I didn't even think James Gunn calls it that. He calls it the Crime Saga. He doesn't call it the Epic Crimes. We don't need an adverb. Like, seriously, Matt.
But I think like
you can come up with.
They couldn't call it the Batman Crime Saga because then it would be BCS, like Better Call Saul. So,
Bex. But how is Bex any better? Just come up with a different name. By the way, there's been no official confirmation. I don't think, as far as any time James Gunn's been asked about it, every time he's been asked, he either completely sidesteps the question or says, no, we're not going to introduce Batman and Clayface in the DCU. So, yeah. Bass up in there coping. Yeah, I mean, look, Bass, it's a movie. If you didn't like Superman, that's okay. If you want to give it a second shot, I think for a lot of people, even for me, I feel like I'm going to do better with it the second time around. So I, for one, did not have as good a time with the movie as John and Liz did. Liz was just blown away, and she's a big Marvel fan, and she's like, Superman's my favorite superhero, and finally DC gets him right. So, and I think, Bridget had sort of a mixed reaction, but then really loved some things, not so many others. Fiona was on the show over the weekend a couple of times. She said that she did not have the best reaction to the movie. So you're not the only one, but again, keep your mind open. Rick Flag is tying the universe together with a meta human international conflict angle. I think that's where we end up, and that's why Boravia was focused on, like, the Creature Commandos conflict. Yeah, although Frank Grillo really didn't have a whole lot to do in Superman, right, John? I mean, he was in there for what, like a couple of scenes, but it does
Yeah.
seem like they're hinting at the idea that he will become much more involved down the road. So, yeah, the Matt
No
Reeves verse, you
shit.
could call that, but you don't. I don't know. Yeah, Bruce Timm has lived long enough to become the villain. Yeah, John has been making that argument for years.
Yeah.
But anyway, I don't think they would have ever called it Matt Reeves' verse because then it ties it to him. Because Warner Brothers ultimately owns a property, they will never call it by the name of the like Arrowverse is the closest thing you're gonna get to an official naming convention.
Although
for
some
something
people
like
call
that.
the Dark Knight movies the Nolan verse. I've seen that be used.
Even that is like retroactively a name. Nobody called it that until like the verse terminology became so common. So, but anyway, he felt pointless. Rick Flag Sr. did, says PLO. I mean, he wasn't pointless, but he definitely was an exaggerated cameo, right? I feel like a lot of his involvement in this, he was just there to represent the government and the military industrial complex in a way, right?
Yeah.
And beyond that, I mean, they could have, if for example, this was not part of a cinematic universe, they could have cast any actor. Like they could have brought in David Harbour like they did back in the Suicide Squad days before David Harbour was a big actor. But in this case, clearly they're like, this is a character, this is an actor who's going to be around for a long time in the cinematic universe, so we might as well bring him in and use him here. So I'm sure they're laying the seeds for something in the future. But yeah, John, if you had to pick from any of these projects, well, what is the most exciting one for you moving forward? Let's just start with the Gods and Monsters slate for DC.
I like Clayface. Out of all these, I would say Clayface and Booster Gold, maybe Teen Titans. Those would be, because the thing is, like, Clayface, we never got that before. Swamp Thing, we have gotten before, but I'm curious how James Mangold does it. We haven't gotten a good live action Teen Titans, so that would be nice to see. But like pretty much stuff we haven't seen before would be interesting. Like, you know, The Authority, cool idea. I just hope they make it work. Sergeant Rock could be great. Teen Titans could be really good. I don't really care about Waller. Like I'm not saying stuff we've seen before is bad, like Wonder Woman or Blue Beetle, but like I prefer like like Clayface. Haven't gotten it. Never gotten that in live action before, so that's really cool. And then Sergeant Rock is kind of new. Booster Gold, yeah, we got him in like Smallville and stuff like that, and like not Booster Gold, but really totally Booster Gold in the last season of Legends of Tomorrow. Or it's like, it's clearly Booster Gold. We just can't say it's Booster Gold. Yep. So, you know, there's that too. But yeah.
Peacemaker season 2 could be peak as well.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, Angelica and Enterprising both looking forward to just the whole pitch for Paradise Lost. And that could be probably the best thing they produce over at HBO, even maybe better than Lanterns. We'll have to wait and see. They were saying they were having a hard time kind of cracking that nut a little bit. So, yeah, it's slow moving, but eventually we'll get it. I don't think they're going to cancel it, but the wheel, what? Was there a wheelchair fight in the Titans show on?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Oh my God. Thank you. Sorry, Caleb. I'm glad that I don't think we're getting that again.
Fuck Batman.
Yeah, nope. James Gunn has too much respect for the DC universe to do that. But yeah, look, every project has a different kind of tone. I think you could clearly tell just by the logos alone. It's this universe has, it's all sorts of colors and variations, and just the different parts of this world are going to feel very different. And that's like the worlds of DC was like the internal name of the DCEU back in the day. And I think James Gunn, more so than anybody, is going to be able to embody that. Hi, Raya, the Gilmore cast joining in. And telling you all to hit the like button. She was on the show yesterday when we were talking about the spoiler discussion for Superman. So thank you for stopping by again. I know I was talking for like a good 3 hours yesterday. It looks like we're doing the same thing again. Although Liz had to run after like an hour and a half because she's had, other plans. But you guys held it down with me. So thank you for doing that over the weekend. They could present or tease Batman and Clayface in the news that he's part of Gotham Nightlife. Maybe. I mean, I'm sure they can name drop him. I just don't think we're going to get to see him. We're not going to get to see the Batman in this universe until his own movie. So, all right. Let's see. It's a cast of colorful characters. MTG saying the final scene after Baravia, the Secretary of Defense, tells Flag that the metahumans are setting the rules now. Like, get comfortable with it. Right. So it's going to be interesting what that means for Rick Flag Sr. and how he approaches things. Because being the head of Argus now, like that's obviously going to play into Peacemaker. Although it looks like his role in Peacemaker is much more personal because they're there for revenge.
This
but I'm
time
sure
it's
he's
personal.
Yeah, I mean, Peacemaker 2 this time is personal, but it might be more than that. Like if you watch the trailers, like for example, John, Mr. Handsome looks like a white Martian in Superman, and they do have a character that almost feels like a white Martian in the latest trailer or behind the scenes reel for Peacemaker season 2. So I'm
Yeah. Although
wondering,
they did confirm
know,
that, like, in the latest one of the latest trailers, that Peacemaker season 2, it is gonna take place on another world where like everything is just way better. So I'm curious with how that they do
yeah,
stuff with that.
yeah, it will be interesting to see how they play with pocket dimensions again with Peacemaker, given what James Gunn has done, of course, in Peacemaker season 1 and now in Superman. Also, like Swamp Thing, for example, like Angelica was pointing out, probably going to be a lower budget body horror kind of a project, similar to Clayface. So, and then
Yeah.
also Sergeant Rock, I don't think is meant to be a really like $150 million movie
That's a
either.
horror
And
movie. Yeah.
yeah, and then while Superman has had a budget of 225 million, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Um, they probably have a budget closer to 150 million, the last I heard, for Supergirl. So even Supergirl is closer to like your average Marvel DC movie rather than Superman, which they spent a lot more money on that because the first one in the new cinematic universe. So I'm excited to see where they're headed with this, John. A few more highlights here. Obviously, the Superman is just a first step. We're going to talk about the statement from David Zaslav later on. He was highlighting, Superman. Obviously, after the movie's out in theaters now, you got Supergirl and Clayface. He forgot to mention Peacemaker, but I'm sure it wasn't on purpose. But he's excited for this, and he's like, "Look, this is just the beginning." So the man who
Is it
signs the
blessed
check
from
to
the
James
beginning
Gunn,
though?
well, that's James Gunn's thing, but the man who pays James Gunn's salary certainly seems to think they're on the right track.
Mhm.
And then again, just a reminder that their goal is over at DC Studios for 2 live action movies, multiple television series, including at least 1 animated show. And they might even try to do 1 animated movie a year, I think was one of the reports. And I think one of the times they quoted him talking about it, which when you look at what Marvel has been doing, I think that's achievable. They might not be doing that, a level of output for a couple of years anyway, but I think that's good. Another report over the weekend for Entertainment Weekly, they mentioned that they are building up to Justice League. Like they were asking James Gunn. James Gunn was like, "Yeah, of course. There is no Justice League in this world, not yet." And so it looks like the goal still is to get there. And with the Hall of Justice already introduced in Superman, I bet you, like you were saying, John, that's where they will start even before they get the Watchtower in space. And yeah, between the Wonder Woman movie being written, the Batman Part 2 now complete with scripting, and Superman. I know James Gunn is saying that the Superman sequel may not be a straight up Superman sequel. So whether it is a crossover or a World's Finest or something to that effect, we know that David Cornsweet has signed up for at least 1 more Superman movie. So there's that. And then of course the hype for Supergirl has already started building because of Supergirl's appearance in the new movies in Superman. So, and like we all have questions. Are we going to get that whole parentage thing explained? Are the Kryptonians truly evil? Like I'm looking forward to seeing that as well. And yeah, Crypto, man. Crypto in this movie stole every single frame that he was on screen. I can't wait for that Crypto show. Can't wait for it. Troy the Great James is here. DC should start from the bottom to up. MCU has been brainwashed a lot of kids, or MCU has brainwashed a lot of kids. I think, John, you agree with that sentiment? Because the MCU, you don't feel
I
like
don't
is
think
really
brainwashing is the right term for it, but I don't know. It's just
maybe it's like they're dumbing it down. I don't know if it's dumbing. I think MCU's problem recently is not so much that they're playing it safe or dumbing things down for kids. It's more
just what they did in the past just doesn't work anymore.
But also, I think what they did in the past is not what they're doing today. I feel like there's more reliance on nostalgia bait and crossovers and cheap.
Well, there's
cheap
also
pop
like
than
being able to
true
start a movie
storytelling.
with no script and it expecting to work out. Iron Man was lightning in a bottle. The fact that
But
had
you had
no
Jon
script.
Favreau.
You
Like,
had Jon
it's
Favreau. You had the
yeah.
wit of Robert Downey Jr. You had people that could work around that. But like now, it's just like, oh yeah, we have like Doomsday doesn't have a third act, but we're starting filming. It's like, that's not a good thing. That's not something to brag about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Thunderbolts, I think, is still, to me, Thunderbolts is a better movie than Superman in many ways in terms of just narrative structure. Neither of them, I think, are like the best movie that I've seen in the past few years for superhero movies. I feel like for James Gunn, his best movie that he's ever made in the superhero genre still is Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one, in my opinion. And then Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is still up there. But how can you not include Volume 2 with I'm Mary Poppins, y'all? He may have been your daddy, but he sure ain't were your father. I was like, oh God, Yondu, I don't know how you managed to make grown men cry, but you somehow did. Anywho, Brad Pitt could play the perfect. That would be reaching if they managed to get Brad Pitt to play Reverse Flash. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but holy cow, that would be quite the reach. The DCU is a fresh start. It just needs to do enough. As much as I hope it surprises and miracles can happen. Yeah, exactly. I think so far the big thing that Superman has done is Superman the movie and David Cornsweet being a great Superman and James Gunn being a great filmmaker, they've really changed the perception that DC today is not the same DC from a few years ago, which is literally all they needed to do at the bare minimum. Marco's comment, John, do you think they're gonna have Bruce Wayne cross paths with Lois at the Daily Planet? Do you think the doors closed there
with the animated series?
Yeah,
like on that crossover episode.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Bruce Wayne is just as charming in this world as he is in the comics and animation. So we'll see. MTG saying that's a good point, America Kate. Who's America Kate? Am I missing something? Oh, Angelica. I think you meant Angelica Kate. Thunderbolts wasn't even entertaining for younger people in theaters. No spectacle. Yeah, I would say Thunderbolts did not have nearly enough spectacle, which Superman delivers in spades. There we go. So David Zaslav again talking about Superman saying a hell of a run. We're organized. We're on the attack. On our way to a rendezvous with destiny. He didn't say that this time around. I think he's never going to say that again. But it certainly feels like David Zaslav is really excited. John, what do you think? Saying that it was their biggest strategic opportunity to get DC, up and running. It was underdeveloped, as he said it. Now we have Gunn and Safran firing with a 10-year plan. Supergirl has already been shot. They're working on Wonder Woman. They're working on Batman. 2 of the other 4 pillars. Do you like the sentiment here? Not David Cornsweet, but David Zaslav. We're organized and we're on the attack. Talking about Superman.
Sorry, I'm getting really tired.
I thought you were laughing at the chat.
I'm like gotta look into the chat. I'm kind of losing. I'm so sorry. What did you say?
David Zaslav's comments on screen. We're organized. Yeah. We're on the attack. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit much. I think it's fucking movies, my guy. It's not like you're starting an army or something. But like, yeah. But I just think, I mean, sure, in like context of like, yeah, I think you need to like make sure you're ready for whatever's in store for the competition, but don't like be like, we're on the attack. Like whoever is gonna fuck with us is like they're gonna get the heat of battle from DC. Like, all right, bro, calm down.
I mean, this is the man we're talking about here on screen. There we go. That's him.
We're
bitch. Organized. We're on the attack. He's got the looks. I don't know. We're on our rendezvous. We are on our way to the rendezvous with destiny, says David Zaslav.
Is it blessed from the beginning though?
With James Gunn, it is. I mean, it certainly seems like it.
That is not how you spell rendezvous. Rendezvous. That's like
put it in a sentence. Put it in a sentence. Rendezvous with destiny.
Yeah. Looks like a Bond villain. Yeah, a little bit. He kind of is. He's the Bond villain of animation. That's what Zaslav
is. Morning to George. Hello, George. You have joined another fun a bit late, but welcome on in. I think we will be here for a few minutes more, but you can always, be kind and rewind, as you like to say. I'm too rich for spelling. Yeah, Caleb, so is David Zaslav. So there you go. But I do like that Angelica talking about that there is a plan, right? Like this is the biggest thing. DC did not really have a plan before. I think because Zack Snyder never truly wanted to do a whole cinematic universe. It was kind of forced upon him, and you could tell the results weren't pretty because he was obviously not willing to compromise on his vision, and the rest of the executives at DC, which were basically, it was a revolving door. It all led to just a complete and absolute mess. Yeah, we're marching forward hard to destiny. There we go. Thank you, Swag fan. So this article from the New York Times is basically where that quote comes from. And so if you guys, have the New York Times or subscribe to it, check it out. I think it also gives it a lot of great insight into, I was mentioning earlier, this Superman movie has a lot of, weight on his shoulders because it's really carrying the future of the entire Warner Brothers Discovery company on its back. So it's hopefully starting a comeback and a turnaround for not just DC Studios, but the whole operation over at Warner Brothers Discovery in terms of profitability, which they've been working on getting better at that. And with Warner Brothers Pictures doing really well this year with Sinners and, all the other movies like, Minecraft movie making nearly $1 billion. Hopefully Superman at DC Studios, you got now 2 studios at Warner Brothers that are doing really, really well. So with that, John, let's move into talking about Clayface, shall we? So over the weekend, I came across this. It looks like Nexus Point News, the folks behind the DC film news accounts on social media, they put out a report that our Clayface movie that's coming up, they had some more details on what particular version of Clayface we're going to get, and also just how the newly cast lead Tom Rice, who's a Welsh actor, Tom Rice Harries, he's going to fit into the new DCU for part of the chapter 1 of Gods and Monsters for the new DCU. So according to the website article, they were saying the version of the character we're going to get is Matt Hagen, but it's going to ultimately be an amalgamation of his and Basil Karloff's comic book backstory. So the version we got in Batman the Animated Series, Basil Karloff and Matt Hagen. John, you can explain it a little bit better than I can, but according to the article, they were saying Hagen is a handsome up-and-coming actor who's attacked and disfigured, originally from Gotham. He moves to Hollywood to escape his troubled past and begin a career as an actor. With his disfigurement and his career and outlet as an actor ruined, and eventually, let me see this. Okay, so and is eventually transformed into a shape-shifting monster. So it looks like they already have a love interest for our Clayface. Dr. Caitlin Bates, who's an original character created for the DCU, she's the CEO of a biotech startup seeking to create cutting-edge medicine and medical technology. Bates sees Hagen as a way to grow her company and cure his condition. Throughout the process, she falls in love with him while her fiancé, John, grows suspicious of the relationship. As for John, he's the detective and committed to Caitlin and his job. So I guess there's going to be a bit of a love triangle there as well. I mean, this is starting to feel a little bit like the Incredible Hulk in some ways. Not in the love triangle part of it, but certainly the whole idea of, if there's a beast and then this, the person
Beauty.
trying to help. There's a beauty. I assume whoever the cast in the role of Dr. Caitlin Bates. But your thoughts on these details for Clayface? Are you surprised there literally 2 of these main characters, supporting characters, are going to be original characters created just for the movie? And Matt Hagen even not quite the version that we remember from the comics, really more of an amalgamation of Hagen and Karloff.
Yeah, I mean, this could be interesting, but I'm kind of not feeling it. I'm just not really feeling it. I'm like, though, this, I just like, what I'm feeling is like kind of like generic. Like it's just kind of run of the mill. Like, and the thing is, we're not getting like Gotham, we're getting Hollywood, and it's like, okay, well, the reason that like I want to see Gotham, like I want to see like that's like the whole like coolness, because it's like, oh, if it's like generic Hollywood, then it's like, all right, okay, like that's boring. It's like it's Hollywood, okay. Like I want to see Gotham, like I want to see what this guy like. Even if Batman, like maybe Batman isn't around, or like he's just not, whatever the fucking reason is, you could fucking invent any reason. It's just like I want to see Gotham. Like I don't want to see a Clayface movie set in Hollywood. I don't want to see it in LA. That's lame. That's boring. I mean, I want to see like a kind of cool, like grungy Gotham. Like I want to see Gotham, you know. I don't know. It's just like that part's kind of lame. The whole like, oh, it's like a biotech startup. It's like, all right, that's again. I feel like this is like, I feel like okay, now maybe in context it'll be better, but I feel like they're just like, I feel like this was like written by AI. Like it feels like just like every generic trope is like here. It's just like, oh, the guy who gets out of the small town and goes to LA to become an
It kind of feels,
actor.
yeah. It
And then
reminds me a little bit of the generic nature of the buildup of events leading to the third act of Blue Beetle as well. Like it feels like you've seen this movie before, right? Like
yeah,
that's
it's just
yeah.
although at least Blue Beetle was like actually like kind of interesting and plus had a really good main star.
I
So
mean,
it's
the
entirely
yes, that worked out. Yeah.
um but like this feels like it was written by AI. Now, is it entirely possible in context? It could be good. It sure, but like I feel I don't get Mike Flanagan vibes. Or sorry, I had Matt Hagen. I'm not getting Mike. Yeah, I can't talk. Mike Flanagan. Fucking Matt Hagen is in my head. Mike Flanagan. I don't get Mike Flanagan vibes from this. I get like every generic screenwriter from this. And James Gunn said that they tweaked it to, just take place in the DCU, but like if this is it, then it's just like all excitement kind of goes out the window. Because so obviously
Well,
obviously we'll wait and see, but it's just like Nexus Point News has been hit and miss. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't. Just like the
well,
vibe I'm getting from this is just
yeah,
like
it's also,
just
I mean, these
lame.
synopses don't give you the whole movie. They're not meant to,
Right.
right? So it's also like they talk about at the very least he moves from Gotham to Hollywood, so maybe part of the movie takes place in Gotham. But speaking of, you mentioned the way James Gunn has talked about it in the past, he also just recently was asked about like why this movie, like because it wasn't part of the original slate. So the simple answer was that we needed DCU content, but then he went on to elaborate a bit more. So let me see if I can find the quotes here. This was from the Entertainment Weekly article. I think we've talked about a few other things from it earlier. The big feature story relating to Superman's release. And when he was asked about why Clayface was brought into the DCU rather than being an Elseworlds title, he said, "Well, I think James Gunn is talking here. Well, I think it was just we needed DCU content. Mike Flanagan is somebody who I've been friendly with for a long time, and he wrote me about Clayface. He texted me early." He texted me about it really early on in my DC journey, so probably before they even had this 10-year plan in place for the DCU. And James Gunn said, just being honest, I did not think that was something that was going to happen, but he came in and he pitched the idea, and I was like, oh shit, that's cool. It's a body horror movie. It's a horror movie that, like any cool body horror movie, just happens to be in the DCU. And then he wrote the script, and the script was fantastic. We did not plan to do Clayface, and he continues on to say here, the new script is great because remember, Drive writer Hossein Amini penned the latest draft of Clayface, and so James Gunn addressed that, saying the new script is great. It's great. I mean, the first script was great, and then this new draft is even better. The movie's definitely getting made. I think everyone will find out whether it's going to be the same Clayface from Rick Flag and Eric Frankenstein's encounter in Creature Commandos or not. So James Gunn's sort of leaving that question open ended. Although they do talk about in this article that there was a story where in the comics, Matt Hagen was the second Clayface, an adventurer who turned into a monster after encountering a radioactive pool of protoplasm, and then that was changed up for the animated series. But then, over time, we have seen Clayface kind of go from being like a human-looking character to then being tossed into a vat of some kind of chemical thing that turns him into the kind of monster we saw in Creature Commandos. So we don't quite know if this is the same Clayface as what we saw in Creature Commandos or not, but James Gunn perhaps leaving the possibility open to it, and also addressing the fact that the latest draft of the script is written by Hossein Amini, based on what Mike Flanagan wrote initially. So, your thoughts on James Gunn's comments? Again, more of an update than we have seen in quite some time.
I mean, he said that the bones of it, like pretty much, it's still Mike Flanagan's script. They just had to tweak it to fit the DCU.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'll hold judgment until the movie, but like obviously, here's the thing. This is all true. The fucking Nexus Point news thing might be total horseshit. So, like, that's the thing I want to, like, say is, like, all of this is true, and I'm believing James Gunn on this, but I don't believe what Nexus Point News is saying. Sure, they've been right about a couple things, but they've also been wrong about a lot of things too. So I'm gonna hold judgment until the movie comes out. And it's entirely possible that James Watkins and Jose Amini, and Hosine Amini, I think that's how you pronounce it, and Mike Flanagan have done here, and obviously Tom Reese Harry's what they're gonna do with this story, and obviously it's entirely possible because, like, obviously words on paper sounds fucking terrible. Like, you could make any good idea sound terrible. So I'm holding like major judgment, but like if that's true, it kind of just sounds not great, which is sad. But like, I'll wait until like more details come out and all that stuff. It's just like I really don't like the idea of it being like in Hollywood. Like that's like the biggest problem I have. If he headed to Hollywood, he got doused, his acting career fails, and then he goes back to Gotham and then he finds this startup, then like, okay, then I'd be more into that. It just I don't like the idea of like the setting being like Hollywood. But I know this was like apparently supposed to be for the Batman, and then they changed it. Well, apparently, it was supposed to be an Elseworld story, and then it was going to be for the Batman, and then I think Matt Reeves was probably like, no, I don't want this. It's too fantastical, probably, if I were to take a guess. And then it got written for the DCU, and with having being a body horror movie, I think it's going to be rated R. So, yeah.
Yeah, and
Gotham's theater district would be really cool.
Yeah, I do agree with. I think the Watcher maybe saying that this was a very Peter Safran driven play, who's done a lot of horror, and although like James Gunn loves his horror as well, so it's
I mean that's where it started. So
yeah, I do think this is going to be rated R. Hard PG-13 maybe, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would lean on rated R right now to answer your question there, Swag fan. But then to answer Steven's question, do you think this movie is even a good idea? I think right now it's a good idea because I think one of the reasons we heard very early on was James Gunn and Peter Safran want to prove that they can make movies, in this new cinematic universe that don't all have to be $150 million movies, like the budget, right? 150 million plus. And I think this could be a great example of spend 40 million, like Enterprising was saying, is going to be a lot easier to make that a profitable play at the box office. Nico saying the same thing, easier to make and release, right? So they won't have to spend as much marketing it. The expectations won't be as high. So if it works out well, I mean, great. As long as it's not a Joker 2 situation, I think we'll be fine. The Watcher's like, guys, let's be positive. Gunn is getting back to the fray. I see what you're doing there. All these Superman references. Yeah, Frankie G, though, there'll be a lot of people out there like yourself who are not going to want to see a Clayface movie without Batman. But we have seen with a show like Penguin, with what's another good example? With the first Joker movie, and there's other like Venom without Spider-Man. We have seen you can do a good movie or TV show without like a villain focused thing, without a main like superhero that they're associated with being a part of it. We have also seen like Venom 2 and 3, and we have also seen Joker Folie à Deux. So like it doesn't always work out, but I think in the right set of hands it could. So I guess the question becomes, John, do you remember who's directing this movie?
James Watkins.
So as long as James Watkins is able to pull it off with the budget that
I haven't seen Gunn say that. I did see he denounced Elliot Page,
Andrew Garfield,
and then they want Andrew Garfield or Grant Gustin. No, I don't believe that for a friggin' second. No, I don't. I don't think that's a thing. No, I didn't see it from him. I only saw from like secondhand sites. I don't believe that at all. No.
Yeah. Cash Kid even saying, how about the Batman 2? Do you mean if Clayface is going to be in the Batman 2? Because I think John was mentioning earlier that it looks like Matt Reeves does not want to do a Clayface in his universe. He's probably a little too fantastical.
Has to make it realistic. Have to be realistic.
Yep.
And not have any of the things that makes Batman interesting, because why would we have that?
Yeah. Angelica saying, hello guys, Venom trilogy made more money. I think this Clayface movie will make money if the script is great. Yeah, exactly. The first Venom movie did really, really well. It was actually quite good in my opinion. The second and third kind of like went downhill over time. It wasn't an improvement on the first, but they still made money. So you're right in the sense that if they do this well, I mean, can you imagine if they made this for 40 million, marketed it for another 40, and it makes 400 million at the box office? They're gonna be going home with like 100, 200 million in profit. Like that's all you can expect. That's more profit than a lot of even Marvel movies make. Like outside of the ones that make $1 billion, then you're getting into some real profitability territory. So, are we even getting a Batman 2? Cash Kid is asking. Yes, we are, because just a week, was it 2 weeks ago, Matt Reeves submitted the final draft, according to him and his co-writer Matt Tomlin. They submitted the Batman 2 script to James Gunn. We actually talked about it on the show, so you're welcome to, if you want to go back into the DCU Daily playlist, there's a couple of thumbnails. So we do officially know that Matt Reeves has submitted the script to James Gunn. The last we checked in with James Gunn, he was on the red carpet saying he has read at least some of it and maybe by now all of it. And he said from what he has read so far, the Batman 2 script is great. That's James Gunn's words, not mine. So yes, it looks like it's happening, but it's just a matter of when. We know there's a timeline, October 2027, when they want to release it. So maybe they'll get into production by the end of the year. Robert Pattinson currently filming The Odyssey. Once he frees up from that, then it could be his next movie. So he's probably going to get in the gym, although he probably already did get in the gym for The Odyssey. So who knows? But yeah, to finish up on this Clayface thing, if they keep the budget in control, it should be profitable. That's really what it comes down to. I think that was Joker 2's problem. They gave it twice the budget and all the resources, and they gave Todd Phillips a card, Kate Blanchett with the budget, and ultimately he, turned that into a terrible movie. So there we go. Superman beats Thunderbolts and Brave New World in opening numbers. Yes, it does. It did. It did more than both the Marvel movies so far. Speaking of which, John, let's finish the show off by talking about all of our box office stuff, because that's what we promised at the very top of the show. Let's get into it. I know over the weekend I was talking about box office numbers because yesterday we had estimates for the opening weekend because they didn't have the final numbers from Sunday to add them all together. So the story was yesterday that Superman powers to 217 million global opening, which, it's respectable. Anything over 200 is always a great number, especially in today's world. And then some of the other highlights were the Jurassic World, crossed 500 million, Lilo and Stitch coming real close and probably going to get there at $1 billion total. Then today I woke up to the official actual numbers, John. They were talking about how Superman has soared to 125 million domestic, and I think the worldwide number was 220, which makes it the third biggest box office opening weekend of 2025. And then when we dive into it more, everybody was reporting this, these same numbers. The Hollywood Reporter saying Superman saves the day for DC Studios with a $125 million opening, $220 million globally, which is a rise of around 3 million domestic number, and worldwide from what we were getting on Sunday, 122 million to 125, and then from 217 to 220. This, of course, includes the numbers from the previews. So the Tuesday previews at 2.5 million. They made like 21.5, 22.5 was it? On Thursday, which I think that number actually includes the Tuesday number. So on Thursday and Tuesday combined, they made 22.5. And then when you add the Friday through Sunday numbers, that's where that figure comes into play. So then let's continue on the conversation because, Deadline had a better breakdown of this. John, are you surprised? Did I just click onto this article? Oh my God, get out of here. Are you surprised that Superman opened to as much as it did? All of our, most optimistic predictions were calling for 130 million plus. So if it did do that, it would have potentially gotten close to James Gunn's record opening, which was Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which opened up to like 146 some odd million. So while 125 million isn't the best opening of James Gunn's career, it is the second best, and it's certainly far and away his best DC movie opening. What are your thoughts on the number? It's a good number. We're gonna talk about the Man of Steel comparison in a second, but this is where we're at right now. So.
It's a good number. I like that number. I think it's an exciting kind of number. So yeah, I love to see it. In terms of domestic, I think that's good. And I think we're going to be getting even better numbers since it has like no competition next week. In terms of families, the only thing it has is Smurfs, but like nobody gives a flying fuck about the Smurfs. and then you have, like Eddington, which like after Bo was Afraid travesty, nobody cares about Ari Aster anymore. And then I Know What You Did Last Summer, which isn't really the same. Same with Eddington, it's not really the same kind of audience. So obviously we will, see, but I can't imagine it not being number one again, because it's like, as people keep saying in the chat, it's dinosaurs.
Yeah, that's why Jurassic will still be in the top 5 next weekend. It just probably won't be number 1 like it wasn't this weekend. So, yeah, I know they're practically all engineered hybrids at this point in the franchise.
Engineer?
Yeah. Wow. We'll get into that part of the show where I'm coughing because my throat is getting dry a little bit here. But hey, John, worldwide I mentioned $220 million. That's potentially an issue because I know the narrative is, and let's dive into it now. Internationally, Superman made 95 million. Domestically, it made 125. That's where you get the $220 million number from. Superman has never been the most popular DC character internationally. Batman is. The Batman opened to a higher number. I don't know if I remember this correctly, and you guys can remind me, but the Batman opening weekend was like 134 million US and 258 million worldwide. So in both instances, domestically and internationally, the Batman did better. But that's because the Batman is just a more popular character. I mean, I like saying it. DC stands for Detective Comics. It's not, I mean, it would be great if DC changed its name to ACDC because of the Action Comics, Detective Comics, but too bad that's already taken up. So, but yeah, I mean, Batman is the more popular character, especially with international audiences. So that's really the big reason why I think like Batman has always done well. And if I were to be honest with you, I think the Batman is a better movie than Superman. But also hard to compare because one of them is meant to kind of stand on its own, and Batman is the only character that's like doing well. Catwoman also does a lot of fighting, but there's no superheroes in that movie. None of them are super powered. You have a whole slew of those characters here in this movie, so it's hard to look at that and compare them. PLO, we will do our own little breakdown, but yeah, I mean Dan Murrell did a breakdown. I was watching the John Campea show earlier. I've just been browsing around everybody and looking at how they're explaining the differences, and we will talk about both Man of Steel. We'll compare that to Superman's numbers as well. And there's some good comments that you guys sent us on our previous show that we will talk about too. Now, the next thing I wanted to kind of quickly look into here is, of course, John, we were talking about the budget for Superman being, significantly higher than what we've ever seen from a Superman movie in the past. With a tax credit of $11 million and the many other tax breaks that they took advantage of filming in the many locations and, in Atlanta and Norway, of course, here in Ohio, they were able to bring what was originally, when they filed the papers with the Ohio Film Commission, somewhere in the neighborhood of $360 million. That budget was brought down to 225. So that number puts it pretty much at the same level as Man of Steel. Now, with basically the same budget as Man of Steel, I think they did a better job of marketing this movie than they did with Man of Steel in hindsight. So I think that's definitely a benefit that worked for them. They also needed to, because DC movies, I feel like in general, are not in as good of a place as they were back when Man of Steel came out, hot off of Dark Knight Rises, capping probably the best trilogy of movies that any superhero franchise has ever produced. So yeah, and then back in those days, it was easier for movies like in the superhero genre, not necessarily so much easier, because 2013 wasn't like 2015, 2016 was when the MCU was in full gear, but still, I think more people were going to the movies. We talked about it recently. A lot fewer people, roughly 20% of the audiences, according to some research metrics, have not gone back to the movie theaters, or at least made movie going at the same level, a habit that they used to make before the pandemic. So roughly 20% of the audience, the movie going audience, is missing still 5-6 years from the pandemic. So that hurts, obviously, the chances of these movies doing as well. Like Minecraft just got close to 1 billion, didn't quite cross it. And we've talked about more movies than ever before come to streaming a lot faster than ever before because of shorter theatrical release windows, which causes people to then say things like, I'm just going to wait till streaming. And then movie going etiquette is also not quite what it used to be, John. Me and Fiona had to sit next to a kid who was talking the whole time, and it pissed me off because it made Fiona's experience really bad. And I'm sure we're not the only one. I mean, the whole thing with chicken jockey that we dealt with earlier. Hello, Monique in the chat. So, John, as the article here says in the comicbookmovie.com, Superman's lower than expected international box office haul could be a big problem in the long run. Do you think they're talking about just Superman, or do you think this problem could extend to the rest of the DCU?
Maybe. It is kind of surprising because they were like going on that world tour. They were pumping it up. It was like this huge thing, and then it just kind of. It's not a bad number. It's like 95 million. It's still a lot of money, but it's like you'd think like it would be like at least more than 100 million, and which is a little sad and a little disappointing. But I think
I agree with you on that, Frankie G. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
studios need to change those habits.
I can imagine this movie exploding on HBO Max. Like it's gonna explode. So obviously, I just want this to continue. As long as the movie's good and it's good, then that's all I care about. Obviously, we're in such a different climate. We're in such a different thing. I hope it makes this is what I was saying. Like I hope it makes $1 billion, but I can't see it. Like maybe making $1 billion, and now after I think that's 700 marker. Well, because it's only going to get smaller from there. It's rarely do
superhero movies tend to be very front loaded. They will make like almost half of their money opening weekend. That's not a hard and fast rule. It's like more or less like 40% to 50% they make on opening weekend. So, but again, if the movie has legs, they can do a lot better, right? So,
but it's just like I think 200 million is very good. It's just like I wanted it to be a really big opening, So, but I still think it's good, and I think it'll still get at least a good amount of money. I think it'll get to 700 to 800 million.
I don't think James Gunn is getting fired if this movie doesn't make 500 million. I think James Gunn was also setting the tone going into the weekend, saying it doesn't need to make 700 million to be successful. That Wall Street Journal article we talked about on Friday mentioned that this movie, according to Warner Brothers, they will be happy. When I say Warner Brothers, I'm not talking about Warner Brothers Pictures. I'm talking about Warner Brothers Discovery, the big company, the parent company of DC Studios that David Zaslav is the CEO of. They would be happy with anything around 500 million or more. So they're setting the bar, like, I think would be relatively low, because Man of Steel made 670 million, something to that effect. So, just international didn't show up. And then we're going to get into a little bit more of it because the comparison between the two movies goes beyond just, when I talk about two movies, Superman and Man of Steel, goes beyond just the basic numbers of how much did they make, total. It is also about the fact that I think Superman opened in more markets worldwide than Man of Steel did. Man of Steel had more of a staggered release strategy. So Man of Steel, I think, if anything, was at a bit of a disadvantage in the total number of markets that it played in. Whereas what you see here with Superman, it opened day and date, in a lot more countries than its predecessor in a way did. I think they have a good breakdown here. Mexico and UK were two of the biggest markets for the movie. China had the third biggest launch market for Superman. They were noting, though, it's not going to be particularly strong there. In Brazil, which is a big DC market, Superman did really well. It did 26% higher than Wonder Woman, 44% higher than Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, 45% higher than Thunderbolts, and then 61% higher than Brave New World, as well as 151% improvement on Man of Steel, because Brazil wasn't nearly as big of a market 12 years ago. With Guardians of the Galaxy, for example, from the same era, it came out a year after Man of Steel. It did 156% of what that movie did roughly 11 years ago now. So where you look at it, here are the top 10s internationally for Superman, with the highest international market beyond North America being the UK 9.8 million, Mexico coming in with 8.8, China with 6.6, which is relatively weak for China, and even then it's such a big market. At 6.6 puts it in the top 3 international markets. Then Brazil with 5.9, Australia with 5.3, France 4.2, Korea 4.2, India with 3.8, which is the biggest. Dude, that's a big deal in India. Despite the fact that they censored that kiss at the end and everything, they still had the biggest DC opening ever in India with 3.8 million. And this is also a big summer movie season for Bollywood and other Indian movie industries. So they've got a lot of local fare that they have to compete against. Then in Spain, it made 2.9 million and 2.5 million in Japan. And yes, I mean, look, it's gonna be one of those situations where Superman, like you were saying, Marco, and you're from Portugal, right? Superman is just more popular in the U.S. He's also always traditionally been associated with America, like the truth, justice, and the American way. Even though they're going in a slightly different direction with marketing and positioning this particular Superman, as Superman is now more about truth, justice, and the better tomorrow. Internationally, he's still seen largely as an American icon. So yeah, there was a heat wave in Europe, like you're saying, enterprising. The anti-American sentiment is on the rise, and it certainly doesn't help because of the man we have in White House. The genre for Marvel and DC, they've also been taking some L's. I know you guys were talking about like there is a certain level of superhero movie fatigue, but I think the way you want to define that, and John, I want to get your opinion on this. Superhero fatigue, I don't think is in the sense that people don't want to go see superhero movies as much. I think people have a higher bar for what a good superhero movie is, combined with the fact that they can expect it to be in a home, theater environment on the streaming a lot faster than it used to be. We talk about it all the time. Like back in the day, you might have to wait, a year and a half to get Superman in your, home TV, home theater system like mine right there. Now I can imagine I'll be able to get it on HBO Max in 3 months time, maybe if that, maybe less than that. So that doesn't help. And I think all of that kind of plays into this movie just not doing, as well as it would have like 12 years ago. What are your thoughts? Do you think that superhero fatigue is because people are just tired of the genre, or is it more because, I don't know, there's just a higher bar and then viewership habits are different? They have like a million other options that they used to
I
not
think
have.
a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of both. I think it's due to, I think it is due to superhero fatigue. I know, like James Gunn has said, oh, there's no, it's because of the script. No, it's superhero fatigue. Like people are getting sick of
And
this
Gunn
shit.
himself said it was like bad movie fatigue or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there is that. I mean, it could be like enough bad will against DC, sure, but I think it's all super because like Thunderbolts failed and that got really good reviews and that tanked. Then you had Brave New World, which was actually bad, and that was also tanking. And then even movies that had done well before, like the Guardians movies that, did pretty good, but nothing huge. And then, like the last like 5 more DC movies have just done terribly at the box office. So it doesn't help. And I do think there is superhero fatigue. I know that there are a lot of people in denial. They don't want to believe it, but there is the idea of superhero fatigue. And I think it's real.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, I have other theories as well. It's I think one of you guys was asking a question earlier in the chat. Let me see if I managed to save it. Maybe the timing of when they're releasing these movies. Like Kevin was in the chat earlier saying Superman will be a big hit domestically, like Sinners, Twisters, Beetlejuice. If Warner Brothers moves Supergirl away from Toy Story 5 and Minions 3, it has a chance of making money at the box office, even if Superman underperforms or break even. James Gunn isn't going anywhere. Exactly. Agree with you on all of those points. Do you think they might benefit from moving these, DC movies to the fall months? I know some of you guys were asking about that.
I think that would be better. I think like as much as you want like a big summer blockbuster, I think you need to make sure like you just got to play it safe. Like look at what BVS did. That made, I mean, again, I know this was a different time. It got out of the way of Civil War, and yeah, even though the movie was not very good, it still made almost $1 billion. So, I think I think that also like helps us just like get out of competition's way. delay it, make it a little bit earlier. I don't know, whatever you need to just get it out of competition. Like this could have helped it, and we were wrong on that. It didn't help it, like the healthy competition. But at this point, it's just like, no, you have to avoid the competition at all costs because you're gonna screw yourself out of that money. And I do think I still think it's gonna make money. I do think it's gonna make more than 600 million. I think it's, as I said, my prediction was 760 something, and I think it'll make in the 700s somewhere. I think that's a good amount. I don't think it'll make $1 billion.
Yeah, and I think the general expectations by most box office experts is that Superman movies tend to do better at the domestic North American market. And even Man of Steel, I think, while Man of Steel had a bit of a benefit that the international market showed up more so, what I've been reading is a lot of that was attributed to the fact that it was a Christopher Nolan produced movie. His name was slapped across the marketing, and they were just coming off. Everybody in the world knew that the Dark Knight trilogy was just out as recently as a year before Man of Steel came out. So you don't quite have that benefit. I know some of you guys were, mentioning yesterday that
the reason that Deadpool and Wolverine won a shit ton of money is because fucking Hugh Jackman came back as Wolverine, and it had a shitload of nostalgia bait and cameos. That's why it made money. All right, that's why No Way Home made money. That's why Deadpool and Wolverine made money, because it had the cameos, it had people coming back that people liked, and it was nostalgia bait. That's why it made money. This doesn't have nostalgia bait. It's just its own movie. So, yeah.
And then until even when Fantastic Four comes out, I don't think that stops Superman from making money. I think it's going to continue to make money, but I wouldn't call it a flop right now. Not at all. I mean, if anything, this is a huge hit. Warner Brothers is celebrating this. DC Studios is celebrating this because
it made more
right out the gate.
Again, just a reflection. If it technically made more money than Man of Steel did. In terms of the opening weekend, it made more money because it's like
that's actually I'm going to go into that a little bit because there are some technicalities there, but yes, just the reporting numbers initially that they're talking about.
Yeah,
Man of Steel counted for 116 million, Superman did 125, so it did beat Man of Steel in that front. But I do put an asterisk next to it because they're reporting, the way they reported numbers for preview days has changed since 2013, but so have a lot of other things. So let's get into that in a second. Sorry, watch. Here's the thing. I know we are all having a conversation and debate and just because somebody's not as positive as you are, doesn't mean they're wrong necessarily. But we're here to celebrate Superman in general because Superman, we would not have looked at this movie making $220 million on opening weekend like a year ago when they were filming this movie, right? It's like our expectations only rose because of the marketing and how good this thing looked when they were producing it. And even then we had some doubts because of the recent history with DC. They haven't had a movie open up this big since the Batman. And the Batman came out in 2022, which was still considered like the pandemic era. So yes, we will talk about that because, and by the way, hello and welcome on into the chat. If you are new, hit that subscribe button. We're doing this 5 days a week, but we're glad that you're here. We want to talk about why some people are saying it did not beat Man of Steel, and I'll present the argument in terms of what people are talking about, and I'll look at that. We'll show you the numbers, and then you guys let us know whether how you take that.
There it is.
And yeah. But a good reason why I think Superman has also had to jump over a big hurdle is it needs to rehabilitate the reputation of DC. And
that's it already succeeded in that with the numbers
of
the critical numbers and the audience numbers.
Cash Kid is saying, let's stop the cope, guys. It has been the best reviewed Superman movie since Superman 2, which is the highest on Rotten Tomatoes, 88%. I don't know, John, if you still have this up. Let me see if I can. I don't know, John, can you pull up the Rotten Tomato score for Superman, where it's at? I think it rose by 1%. But okay, let's dive into that comparison though, shall we? So I did this on yesterday's show, so let's do it one more time here because now we have official, actuals, as they call them, numbers. So here's where things were yesterday. I've tweaked not tweaked the numbers, but updated the numbers to reflect the final results from the opening weekend. So here's how it breaks out. Superman this year coming out opening day, it made 56 million. However, that opening day and counted for the Thursday and the Tuesday previews. And Tuesday for the Amazon Prime early screening, Superman made roughly 2.5 million. And then on opening day, it made like another like 19 million, I think. No, 20 million. So overall opening day, overall previews, I should say, it made 22.5 million. That number comes to us from the folks over at the numbers. You see here, 22.5 million was preview days. That's what P stands for, July 10th. That includes the Amazon Prime screenings on Tuesday. So 20 million on Thursday proper, another 2.5 million from Tuesdays, all counting for preview day. Then on Friday, if you just do the math on the 56 million that they made on Friday, which includes the Thursday number, they made 56 million on opening day. That opening day includes the 22.5 million from the previews. So 56 million by the time we get to Saturday, and then Saturday and Sunday did really well, and actually did better than what they were expecting. That's why the numbers have risen by 3 million from yesterday's conversation. So they made 37.6 million on the Saturday, 31.3 million on Sunday, which led us to an opening weekend of 125 million. Now the key here is this 125 million includes the Tuesday, Thursday numbers, right? If you take them out, it's 102.5 million. If you take out the Tuesday, Thursday numbers from Friday, it goes down from 56 to 33.5. Now, Man of Steel did have previews and they did have pre-sales. So let me get into that right now. And hello, Figure Drawing in the chat. And we will actually answer your question in a bit. Thank you for posing that question. I wonder what Enterprising is going to say, but we will have our say on it as well. So, as I was talking about it, overall, the worldwide box office we know is 220 million. 95 million, if you do the math, comes from international markets, as we mentioned. So, for Man of Steel now, which they back in 2013, the way Warner Brothers reported numbers, they did not include Tuesday, Thursday previews. Now, I don't think they had Tuesday previews at all for Man of Steel. They only had Thursday previews. But John, if you remember back in those days, back when Man of Steel came out, preview day on Thursday used to not be like a full day of the movie playing, right? Like right now, if you went to see Superman on Thursday last week, you could have gone as early as a matinee showing, like before noon. Back in 2013, Man of Steel, the preview started like 3:00 in the afternoon. So basically for Man of Steel, they had fewer screenings, but in general, back in those times, back in 2013, ancient times, the Thursday, the numbers were not included in the Friday numbers. So if you go back to the numbers here, the numbers.com, again, they do a fantastic job of collecting all this data. On preview day, the Thursday, June the 13th, Man of Steel made 12 million, and then Friday, it made 44 million. So the day one number, as reported in today's numbers, is 56 million. Back in the day, they were mentioned. They would just report it without the Thursday number. So without the preview numbers, Man of Steel made 44 million. With preview numbers, 56 million. 44 plus 12, right? And then opening weekend total, Man of Steel reported. They say the official number is 116.6 million, something like that. But if you include the Thursday numbers, then you add another 12 million on top of that, 128 million. So back in Man of Steel's time, the total opening weekend, if you counted apple for apple in terms of the days of the week, Thursday through Sunday, Man of Steel made 128 million. Superman made 125 million. Slightly less, and also if you adjust for inflation, then the Man of Steel number might go a little bit higher. But again, like we talked about, John, inflation is a really tricky business because in general, inflation, you have to account for many other things. Like Netflix was the only streaming service back then. People used to go to the movies more. There were more people going to the movies. They had other competition. COVID wasn't a thing. Exactly. The other thing that I think plays in favor of Superman today is you look at Man of Steel's worldwide numbers. I think it made 197 million worldwide. And that's because it opened in fewer markets internationally. It opened in, I think, like only a handful of countries, whereas almost everywhere that you could watch Superman, you were able to do that last week. So for Man of Steel, they didn't have every market opening and counting as part of the same opening weekend. So again, that $197 million number, while lower than Superman, does not include some of the big markets like China and stuff that didn't open the same day as Superman. So Superman had a higher potential in terms of more screens being available, more countries being able to go see the movie on the same day. For Man of Steel, they staggered it, kind of like what Warner Brothers did for Dune, the first one. So, yeah, all of that taken into account, you could see the numbers are still very close. It doesn't blow Man of Steel out of the water, but Superman is dealing with a whole different kind of world right now, John. I think the big question people keep asking, and I think we have a good comment here that I can bring in from one of you guys who mentioned it in one of our previous videos from over the weekend. And you made a really good point that, back in the day, I think Manolo, I think he said it, Batman Begins found itself in a similar position. The movie was tasked to recapture the trust of DC fans after several poorly received entries not adjusted for inflation. It grossed a total of $373.4 million worldwide, 205 of which was domestic, 168 million internationally. Additionally, the theater-going experience has dramatically changed, like we were talking about even between Man of Steel and Superman coming out. So yeah, I mean, John, do you think that ultimately Superman today could have performed a lot better if DC just had a better reputation going into its releasing? Like, that's really what it comes down to.
I think so. I do think so. I think it would have done a lot better, just like the last 5 DC movies failed, either critically or financially. Like Joker 2 fucking bombed and bombed hard on both fronts.
Yep.
Pretty much all 4 movies in 2023 bombed financially. I think maybe Blue Beetle got a little bit of money, and I think Aquaman Lost Kingdom maybe got a little bit of money, but Flash was a bomb, and Shazam, I'm pretty sure, was a bomb. So yeah, and Shazam, Flash, and Aquaman 2 all didn't do well critically slash audience wise, so there's that as well. I think the only one to kind of do well critically is Blue Beetle, which is like, it's pretty good. It's like not the greatest thing ever, it's pretty good. So that doesn't help matters either. DC has just been kind of, sure, you have the Batman, but like that's 1 out of 6 movies. I keep forgetting about the Batman. I just keep thinking DCEU.
Exception to the rule because it wasn't part of the DCEU anyway, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, neither was Joker 2, so, and I just keep forgetting that the Batman exists because it's a forgettable fucking movie. But it just it's just like DC is not in the good graces, and the Batman is kind of just like,
it's the exception. Batman will always make money.
It's like
always
critic proof and like money proof because it's like always gonna.
It's like Spider-Man
do well, right? And it's always gonna
Even like the worst rated Spider-Man movies have like made $700 million, right? Like Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3 was the highest grossing Spider-Man movie until
Homecoming, right? And people don't remember that as a good movie. So yeah, Spider-Man and Batman are pretty critic proof. Yeah. Anthony Manzano in the chat. Hello, Anthony. Saying, do you think Superman is going to have a trilogy, or is the Authority going to be the sequel to Superman 2025 like BVS was for Man of Steel? Well, the other day James Gunn was asked about this, like, what about Superman 2? And he famously said, I say famously, he just did this on Threads, but he said, define Superman 2. So John, we haven't seen this particular iteration in terms of like the possibility of maybe the
Literally,
Authority.
James Gunn did not oversee any of those projects. What the fuck are you talking about? That's just true. False.
Yes, that's actually factually incorrect.
James Gunn actually factually incorrect. He did not oversee any of those films. He just became the head honcho when those movies were getting released.
Yes,
but
it wasn't his job to prop up those movies. His job was to start the new DCU. So I do think that he made
maybe I can get a little bit of money. Let's do that, and then he backpedaled because he's just like focused on something that's literally like factually incorrect. Like that's wrong. So
but as far as John, the sequel to Superman, are they doing the Authority? Is that the secret project James Gunn's talking about, the one that he's pre-writing, or I don't know, maybe that's completely separate because the Authority isn't like a surprise. We know it's in development, but he has said define Superman 2. So if not the world's finest, if not Batman v Superman, the dawn of justice is real this time, or I don't know, like what are we getting? as a Superman sequel. Could it be
It's
The
just like,
Authority?
I mean, world's finest. Because I just want a fucking Superman 2, man. Just give us Superman 2. Like, oh, we're gonna do it with it. Don't have any more characters. Just have it be a straight edge Superman movie, and it'll be fine. Like, you don't have to, include Batman and all this other shit. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yep. And then Steven earlier asked the question, do you think there's competition in the weeks ahead for Superman to be in trouble or not really at the box office? It's a good question. Is there competition, enough competition? I don't think next week. And I don't think Fantastic Four will kill Superman. I think it will probably take away some of Superman's audiences, yes. But given that it will already be weekend 3 for Superman, I think Superman would have made the vast majority of its money by then, right? So that's why we were hoping next weekend does well, because when you look at the second weekend drop, I was reading this earlier, the second weekend drop for most James Gunn movies, if you remember, the Suicide Squad, I think the Suicide Squad actually not a good example, but the Batman only dropped like 48% in his or 56% in his second weekend, and Guardians of the Galaxy 3 only dropped 48%. John. And so James Gunn movies, the recent Matt Reeves movie, which Matt Reeves is still a part of the brain trust over the DC, those movies did really well in second weekend. And as long as they have a good, good reviews with Rotten Tomatoes and all the critics and the audiences love it, an A- cinema score, like you see there, 83% Rotten Tomatoes. If you zoom in a little bit, that number is 1% up from what it was yesterday. It had dropped to 82%. Now it's gone back up to 83%. And the total number of reviews have risen to 375. They were just under 350 last we checked. And the audience score is still in the 90s, 93%. So like Pacerland was saying, all I heard this year is reviews is what counts. Look, here's the thing. It's not about moving goalposts. The reason why we're talking about the box office, because the box office matters. Warner Brothers would like to reportedly.
I think he's talking about the Snyder cultists, because I think the Snyder cultists were like, "Oh, this is gonna be terrible. This is gonna be terrible. This is gonna be terrible." And then the critic scores and the audience scores are very good. And now they're talking about the money. It's like, oh, the money wasn't a problem now, but now the thing that's, even though it did a pretty damn good opening, whole things considering,
Yep. Yeah, Anthony, your question, do you think this movie is going to have legs domestically because it's a repeat watch for families, unlike Man of Steel was? Yes, I do believe so. That audience score is a lot higher than Man of Steel was. I think Man of Steel had an audience score of 75%. So that's a big difference. John, what do you think? You've already seen it twice. I know Watcher's seen it how many times? Like 5 or 6. MTG is coming for that record with like his 4th viewing recently. So just amongst people in this chat alone, there's a lot of options out there. There's a lot of us who are watching it multiple times. And Monique was saying that between F4 and Smurfs, there's not a ton of competition until Fantastic Four comes out for Superman. So it's got at least next weekend to make its money. And I know one of you guys were asking, why did I put up the adjusted for inflation graphic? I did it because I just wanted to show that if you were to adjust it for inflation, Man of Steel does come out ahead, but when you're adjusting for inflation, you have to account for a lot more than just the money itself, and we have mentioned all the different reasons why. It's like an apples to oranges comparison. And like you were saying though, Pacerland, ultimately I think like James Gunn has said, like David Zaslav has said, what matters is great reviews from critics, the general audience having much more positive reception for this movie, and just in general the character as a whole for DC. It feels like DC is back. That seems to be all that we hear from the fans who went to see this movie, and even the average audience members who the general public has enjoyed the film. Like that 93% doesn't come up on Rotten Tomatoes from the popcorn meter simply because all the super fans gave it that big of a rating, right? So now that we have come away from the era of the DCEU, which towards the end was really bad in terms of just flop after flop after flop, some of it just bad circumstances, the pandemic didn't help, but then again we also had a few really mediocre movies. This completely changes the picture, the narrative around DC. And like Johnny Boy Slayer is saying, the future looks bright so far. So with that in mind, we talked about this earlier. It's part of a 10-year plan. David Zaslav, I think, look, this is important, John, because David Zaslav ultimately represents something Warner Brothers didn't have before, which is a trust in the vision of the people working on these things, telling these stories. Because the reason why the DCEU, I think, got derailed, one of the big reasons was they constantly changed directions. They fired Zack Snyder. I mean, you stick with what you got, right? Like, because you look at those numbers, Man of Steel numbers in hindsight don't look as bad as they did at the time. Not saying that maybe Zack Snyder was the right fit for it ultimately long term, but it looks like David Zaslav is committed to letting James Gunn and Peter Safran do their thing and not interfere. How valuable will that be to DC having more momentum and consistency moving forward versus what we had before?
Yeah, I think as long as there's some kind of plan, obviously the plan can change, but obviously we'll see. But and also in terms of the money, I just realized this as the watcher just said, bring his comment back, the steelbook thing.
Oh, yep. Where is it?
So, in regards to that, so we also don't talk about this. You have the DVD sales. Okay, that's not going to be a ton of money. But then there's also what we need to remember. The amount of fucking merch that they've
I've got the popcorn
probably
bucket right there from
sold
Legal. Yep.
at this point. I'm not talking about popcorn buckets because that also goes back into AMC and Regal and Cinemark. I'm talking about merch. The merch sales are probably up through the because I saw like a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people were wearing specifically this Superman's shirt and and like scarves and all that stuff. So I think there's also the merch you gotta like talk about because you know that's also a big thing, and I feel like the merch is also going to help, and all the brand deals and all that. So I think that's also going to help, and we need to remember that as well.
Yeah. Yep. And then also, like Anthony is saying, the two different iterations of Superman couldn't be more different from each other between Man of Steel and Superman. These are two very different films coming out in two very different eras. I think we have been talking about for months. Like, we've been talking about for months the idea that we're now moving from the golden age of superhero movies to the silver age, right? And then there's a big difference between like what those two iterations of many of the superheroes, including Superman, look like, sound like, feel, walk, and talk like. So ultimately, like they talked about this in this Eddie Gattegi interview at a podcast, we have developed this phrase which simply says, "In James Gunn we trust." And as long as we keep doing that, the merch is insane. Everything crypto is insane. They've also created hype for Supergirl. Now we know what her costume looks like. We saw a Peacemaker cameo in this. Peacemaker comes out just weeks from now, and yeah, like Anthony is saying here, because there's been so many iterations of Superman, I'm more excited for Supergirl. I mean, whether it's because you watch Superman or not, ultimately the goal here was, and it should be, and I think was the right goal, is the audience reception and the critics' reception. We need to change the perception of DC in the eyes of the general audiences, and I feel like that's what this movie has done, and it's because of James Gunn.
My mug and my dog scarf.
I ordered the Cinemark hot toy for crypto. Their crypto popcorn bucket is out of stock, so I'm on the wait list for that. And then I think I ordered one of the little tiny piece of memorabilia. So, and then obviously I have like right there, there's a Lex Luthor and a Superman cup from Regal, and then the popcorn bucket. So we're all getting in on the action. Yeah, exactly. Like the PLO, you were right, and I think you may still prove to be right in the long run for box office numbers. That ultimately, the lack of trust between the audiences who just didn't show up for any of these DC movies towards the end of the DCEU, partly because they were all lame duck movies, because James Gunn was like, yeah, we're starting up a new thing, but still, not everybody knew that. Not every general fan knew that. So, or a general audience member who just wants to go see a good movie. I'm gonna go see it again. As far as Superman goes, Steven, I think John is probably gonna try to go see it again as well.
I think so.
Yeah. Yep. Ben Affleck did an interview where he admitted he couldn't bring his kids to watch the Snyderverse movies because it was too dark. Yeah, he has said that. So, and it's true in a lot of ways. That movie gets really dark. It's not really for kids, and MTG saying, I'm going to be watching this movie randomly throughout this entire release in AMC theaters. Hopefully Fantastic Four is good too. Yep. And that particular choice of the logo, John, that you made a good point. Like you can recognize how old of a Superman shirt somebody's wearing from just looking at, is it the crest from this movie or the classic one? And I think they really, again, that's another good marketing ploy to help separate this Superman from every other.
I told you it was nominated for Academy Awards. So
yeah. I did have a couple of comments from you guys that I wanted to quickly bring in to just shout you guys out. As far as the breakdown on X of the foot traffic and the day-to-day analysis of the box office, I did go looking for that Harbinger, but I couldn't find it. But we did talk about how Man of Steel and Superman, they're kind of hard to compare because they're coming out in two very different eras. And even when you include the Thursday numbers, ultimately, I think it's they're not that far apart. And while Man of Steel released to 24 markets opening weekend, Superman did to 72. Like we said, Superman always does better in the US and in the North American box office market. Amont McFadden saying you have to remember Man of Steel came out before the pandemic and Superman will have to deal with the baggage of the failed DCU. Plus, Superman's job is to get people back in movie theaters to watch DCU movies. And on that front, John, I'm just going to pose you the question. Do you feel like James Gunn accomplished that?
I think so. I mean, I think it'll get more than 600 million. Yes. I
did not see that glimmer. Tomorrow we'll bring that in, but go ahead.
I think it'll get more than 600 million. Yes. And the thing is, the acclaim helps. And I think, the Batman Begins comparison was good, even though it still is different from 2005 to versus 2025. Jesus fuck, that movie is 20 years old. I keep forgetting. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Sorry. That I just was like old, and I'm like, I'm not that old, but old.
Well,
but
yeah,
it still is like a good. That is probably the best comparison, and because it can't compare to Man of Steel. Even it's not a perfect comparison, but it's probably the best and most accurate comparison. Because the last movie was Aquaman: The Lost Kingdom, or no, it wasn't. It was fucking Joker. So Joker Folie à Deux, which was really fucking bad, according to most people. I liked it. I mean, I have my probably can't see it, but I have my Joker poster on my closet door. There it is, under the Accountant 2 poster. But I think there is the idea of Batman and Robin killed the brand for 8 years. They tried to get another Batman movie off the ground and it couldn't work. So there's that. And that's, you had so many movies that kind of destroyed DC as a brand. Yeah, I had the Batman, but that was 1 in 6. So I'm done. Goddamn, Mr. Terrific. Yeah, yes, you are, sir. But I think the Batman Begins comparison is really good, and I'm glad they brought that up because it's just like, let's make a good movie to help bring back people to Batman in this serious stake in the guy that did Memento and Insomnia, 2 very well done movies. I think he did one more. Did he do one more before Batman Begins? I'm not sure. He did the Following, which was like his first movie.
That was like it was as indie of a movie. It wasn't really even a studio movie per se. So yeah.
So you had Memento and you had Insomnia. Both were very well reviewed. And the second one was adapting from a source because it's based on a Swedish movie. And so you had Christopher Nolan coming in, helping the brand, and this guy was like, launched his career even further. So with that comparison, we can only expect that the next movie in regards to the Superman brand, whatever that is, an actual Superman 2, a combination World's Finest, whatever the fuck James Gunn has planned, is going to be Dark Knight levels of successful. So that's the interesting
That's a great point. That's a great point.
And I'm like Superman. I'm trying to be hopeful, Dan. I'm trying to be hopeful. I want that jacket. I want that damn jacket.
I think it's available through one of the other vendors that have been crossing it over with. So yeah, I want to talk about old. I saw Batman. Damn, Marco. Okay, I never saw that in theaters. I've seen it many times though. All right, your prediction for next weekend hold for Superman. Actually, before we get to that, Swatch, which is a great question, we'll probably finish on that. But a couple of things that the Glimmercast asked about was there was a new Mr. Terrific article talking about how he's already signed on for multiple other projects, John. So I guess he's confirming this, that also, he will be around.
You can get a Mr. Terrific jacket on Amazon. I don't know how good it is. It's about $150. So if you want to spend the money, then by all means, go get that.
But John, what do you think about the idea that he is going to stick around for multiple projects?
I would hope so. I mean, they already, talked about how James Olsen. I was like James Gunn, Jimmy Olsen,
Jimmy
hello.
Olsen.
Jimmy Olsen and Mr. Perfect are getting rumored spinoffs, so that's very, very, very good.
Yeah, it looks like he's already under contract for multiple appearances, which is fantastic and terrific. It was right there for me to get it right that time. Anyway, and then also one of you guys, I think it was Figure Drawing, asking about it, so I just looked it up. Apparently, the salaries for David Cornsweet and Rachel Brosnahan. Did I say that right? Yes. It's getting late, guys. We've been live for 4 hours, like Steven was saying. Both of their salaries were reportedly $750,000, while Nicholas Hoult, rightfully so, earned $2 million because he's much bigger star and much more well known. Are you surprised, John, that this is how things played out on the salary front? I mean, I'm not, because obviously both David and Rachel haven't been movie stars, even though Rachel was an Emmy-winning, actress. And then Nicholas Hoult obviously is the biggest star of in the movie. So in terms of just
now y'all can't go on and on. Oh, the fucking the woman didn't make as much as the fucking superhero. Boom! You can't say that because they both made the same fucking salary. So eat a dick, feminists. Yep. All right, I'm just kidding, but it's just y'all can fucking calm down now.
Cash Kid wants the T-spheres. Maybe one of the ones that Crypto smashed up could be ones that might be auctioned. I'm just kidding. They're probably all CGI, the ones he smashes up in the movie. Wow, apparently Frankie G's parents took him to see Batman 89. He was only 9 months old. Wow.
Bruh, that's not good.
Dang, okay. I remember watching Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 in theaters. Probably my first superhero experiences in a movie theater. I grew up on the Batman movies from the 80s and 90s, though. On VHS tape, mind you. Jimmy Olsen could be a rom-com dealing with all the dates. If you talked about ideas for that would be amazing. That would be amazing to see that. Figure Drawing saying, I do appreciate the thought behind it. Gunn did not phone it in spite of how messy it is. Yeah, I think ultimately this movie, even people who are talking about it being a good movie, there are some moments where I think the plot feels scattered for Superman, but ultimately it delivers the goods, and it certainly delivers enough for long enough and sends the crowd home happy, which I think is great. Do you guys believe that people are not realizing that the international box office for Superman, says Anthony, is getting affected by the tariffs that the U.S. has put on other countries? I don't know how much. It's kind of hard to gauge. Even, economic experts won't be able to tell you for sure. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why it's affecting things. So I wouldn't be surprised, because certainly it doesn't, help the reputation of American, entertainment abroad. And yeah, Henry, they got to ask for... well, they've already signed up David Cornsweet for a couple of movies at least, so I think he will potentially make more on a new contract down the road. But they were TV stars, like you said. David Cornsweet was a TV star. He was on Netflix and HBO shows before, as was Rachel Brosnahan on Amazon Prime with Miss Maisel. So, holy cow, Man of Steel Magnolia, you beat everybody to the punch. You saw 1978 Superman in theaters. That's insane. We're going to do a tier list of all the Superman movies coming up soon. You tell us what you like the most. Absolutely let us know, because you saw them all. Or I hope you did. Yeah, they're all up-and-comers. Exactly. Henry Cavill money, $250K for a Flash cameo that they cut. Yeah. They also cut they reshot that Flash ending cameo 5 times.
Yeah.
So
they're like George Clooney. That's the one. Definitely.
That's the one Although that's definitely the most James Gunn version of it, and I do feel happy that ultimately the DCU EU sort of with a full circle ending up right back. It was almost like they completely undid all the progress that Christopher Nolan started for the DC brand after the Batman and Robin situation, with the ending Flash with the George Clooney Batman again. It's almost like full circle, and now James Gunn is just starting completely fresh. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if you want to know his personal line over the weekend, we all talked about on Friday show, on the Sunday show, what our favorite scene of the movie was. John, I think you enjoyed the third act sequences, especially when Superman's laser frying all the raptors in the air. And for me, I think my favorite sequence was probably the anything with Crypto specifically, especially when you see him in the pet shop having broken in looking for snacks, and Superman is whistling him to come over. So I think that's it for me. And And then as far as just, to go out on, John, your prediction for this upcoming weekend, how much do you think Superman is going to make on a second weekend? Is it going to be a more than 50% drop, or is it going to hold?
I think it'll be. Obviously, it's going to drop. Like that's what it is. I mean, not everybody could be sinners with a 6% drop. So
I don't think that's ever going to happen again.
No,
it didn't even drop. Didn't it rise? Or was that no? That was Everything Everywhere All at Once, which is not even on the same level. It's like an indie movie. So, but yes,
yeah. So I think it'll have a drop, but I don't think it'll be a huge drop.
Yeah. Cash Good saying 60% minimum. Look, it started off to 125. Any movie that starts off that high is going to have, a drop of usually around 50% or more. I would be satisfied if it's anywhere near 50 or lower. My prediction would be Superman makes around 60 million next weekend, which would be a little over 50%, but certainly like a very respectable number. And if it does something similar abroad, then Superman has already crossed at that point, it would already cross 300 to 400 million. So yeah. I think that's plenty to work with. With that, guys, I think we're going to end this extremely long marathon of a show because, as Steven was saying, we have been live for 4 hours. And holy cow, John is ready to literally fall asleep on the air, as am I. So thank you again for tuning in for a fantastic show, for a terrific evening of Superman and DC news. As always, feel free to stop in anytime. We're here 5 days a week, usually not here for 4 hours. Of late, it seems like we are. But, thank you for sticking around and giving us a lot to talk about. Until next time, everybody, Superman would tell you to do as James Gunn would tell you to do, as, the man who gave Superman the official, designation of where Krypton is in the universe, Neil deGrasse Tyson would even tell you to do. Don't forget to look up.
It's another project that's been blessed from the beginning.
There's the shot right there. That.
Okay, we don't need to see
right there.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here.
Now you want to get nuts?
Let's get nuts.
Here we go.
Victory mine. Ask me how am I doing? I'm telling you really I'm doing sublime. I never wait in a stewardess line. I just go do it. I'm moving my time. Really had nothing to do with it. How am I moving? I'm moving like you want to shine. Follow my lead. Don't listen to lies. I had to put me all on the line. That's why I know that victory's mine.
I prefer Jared Leto.
Hunka hunka.